Good morning, good morning. So, a little scramble this morning, but that's okay. Mandy seems to pick up better than others.
Yeah.
All right, well, it's May 6th, and we are just doing a budget session today together. So we'll begin as we always do. We're gonna have our pledge to our country. Also, I think, Randy, don't we have Michael on the phone to do our invocation for us?
Can you hear me? Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Good. Well, commissioners, let's go ahead and get started. Okay? Michael, if you'll go ahead and lead us.
All right. Father, we come to you today, Lord. I just ask you to give our commissioners wisdom today in this meeting, that you'll just guide and lead them, just strengthen each and every one of them in their day-to-day life, Lord, that you'll just guide them and lead them, Lord. We thank you for what they do for our county. And God, again, be with this meeting. God, lead everything. In our name we pray. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Michael, for being with us today. Appreciate that.
Thank you. Y'all have a great
There's a difference between knowledge and wisdom, and given the choice, I think it'd be wise to choose wisdom, wouldn't it? Yeah. You know. All right. So we have a flexible agenda in front of us. So let's go ahead and just have a motion, a second, and a vote to approve the agenda.
So moved.
All right, got a motion, a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye. All right, so let's get underway. Aaron, do you have anything you want to start with?
Sure. Hello. There we go. Good morning, commissioners. Thank you for your willingness to come together and have this work session. I think it will help staff and give some direction insofar as how the board would like for us to move forward into the budget season. You see on the agenda what, the presentation you're going to have up until about lunch, and then Alan will be here at 12:30 to talk about emergency service and telecommunications. In the event that we get done sooner on, if we go faster, I'm prepared to talk and fill space between then and lunch, and then when Alan comes, we can talk. During the budget overview, I think I've got there's a lot of interesting things. The budget's certainly not done. It's not going to be done for some time, but this is a very interesting year and an interesting budget, and there's a whole lot of things we're going to be dealing with and making decisions about that I've certainly in my career have never looked at and dealt with. And it involves a lot of revenue and a lot of inflation. So it's going to be interesting, and it's almost as uncertain as last year, if not just as uncertain. And I have several illustrations to show, how we intend to address that, or how, anyway, we'll get to that. But with that said, I know Commissioner Klusman at the last meeting wanted one of the topics to be about Protective Services. So I invited Micah and Micah. Thank you for being here on short notice, and I appreciate it. And I look forward to hearing from you. And unless the board has any other questions about the outline of the agenda and how we're going to move forward, I have nothing else at this time.
Good morning, Rowan County Board of Commissioners and County Management. On behalf of the Department of Social Services and our board, I certainly want to thank you for inviting me to share data that I believe is relevant and concerning in relation to the provision of child protective services in Rowan County. Closer to the mic. Thank you.
Like you mentioned, speak louder, but they're not barriers.
Oh, well, loud I can do. I'm not normally allowed to use a microphone. As you may be aware, directors of social services departments, next slide, please, sorry. Directors of departments of social services are statutorily required to receive and assess reports of child abuse and neglect. I'm sure this board is more familiar than most citizens with the statutory provisions that undergird the provision of social services and other county services. So the 108A, General Statute 108A, covers Department of Social Services, and in particular, the Department Director's responsibilities to assess reports of child abuse and neglect and to appoint necessary personnel to achieve the work of the department are two key factors in my responsibility. There are multiple tasks specifically required of the DSS director in reference to investigating reports of abuse and neglect per the North Carolina Administrative Code. The specific section I included in the packet, I believe that you should have that handout, which is from Title 10A, Chapter 70, conducting an investigation. If you do not receive that, then I will ensure that you receive that after the fact. Okay, I will ensure you receive that. Thank you. The basically conducting an investigation section, just some of the key highlights involve whether my responsibility to ensure whether a child's environment meets the child's needs for care and protection, any facts about abuse, alleged abuse, neglect, or dependency, the details surrounding any injury or condition that results from abuse, neglect, or dependency, and the risk of harm and need for protection. Those are some very key factors that I'm responsible based on the administrative code to ensure. Next slide, please. On that solid base, of course, it's like building a house on the solid base of the laws. The Division of Social Services builds on that with policies by which we conduct our work and to help us meet the intent of the law. So one of those things includes caseload standards for county child welfare workers. According to our child welfare manual, the average child protective services caseload should not exceed 10 families, and there should be no more than 5 social workers per 1 supervisor. Next slide, please. As you are probably aware, the policy guidelines for child protective services are complex and they require constant attention in order for us to effectively put those into practice. The outcomes and performance measures that we follow and our state and federal partners follow, they help us to see how we're doing in meeting our guidelines. You are familiar with some of those, the Memorandum of Understanding, for example, that we enter into with the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. The timely case initiation is one of the performance measures that is monitored by our state and federal partners. Also, the state reviews whether or not we close cases. This is child protective services assessments in particular, whether we close cases timely, in a timely fashion. And even though that's not on the MOU, it is something that our state partners review and can show up on a corrective action plan if we don't do that consistently. Finally, both our state and federal partners review our success in meeting some key outcomes, safety being one, and there are multiple facets to that, and then child well-being is the other. And again, this is particularly with Child Protective Services assessments. Next slide, please. Another performance measure, as I've mentioned, includes those caseload standards. And so this slide is an illustration of some of the data that we gather on a regular basis. The county completes a state-provided tool on a monthly basis, and then we review that quarterly in order to assess our staffing needs. The annual averages in this chart indicate that Rowan has not met caseload standards in Child Protective Services assessments for the last several calendar years. The top line that you see there shows us the number of full-time equivalent positions that are needed to complete the work, and that's based on the actual caseloads and the caseload standards. The next line shows us the number of full-time equivalent positions that are dedicated to do that work. And then the last line shows us the difference between the two. So if you're looking at that chart and you look at 2020, in the year 2020, the FTEs needed, the full-time equivalent positions needed was 22. The number dedicated was 16, of course, giving us that difference of 6. Next slide, please. What makes this a little more alarming is when you consider the positions, the full-time equivalent positions that are actually available. When you take into account things like vacancies, turnover, and medical leave and other issues that might decrease those full-time equivalent positions, then we see the difference to grow. You can see here that the difference in 2020 is now 10 when you look at what's needed versus what positions are available. Yes, ma'am.
Mike, is the difference between 2019 and 2020, is that partially due to COVID and the fact that kids weren't in school, so teachers could not identify probable child abuse?
This data does not reflect reports, and it does not appear that there was a tremendous caseload difference between the years. When you look at the overall caseloads, you didn't see a tremendous difference there. So this specifically tells you the full-time equivalent positions that we needed based on our caseloads, which is actually a little bit, I guess you could see that difference there. It's a little lower. And then the full-time equivalent positions available, that there's some potential for COVID impact there. That's a good point. When you look at the first quarter of 2021, which is not on the chart, that's just in that last bullet there. When we look at the first quarter of 2021, we see that the data tells us that we need 21 full-time equivalent positions. We have 12 available on average, leaving us that 9 full-time equivalent shortfall. What I have seen as I've looked at other calendar years, the first quarter is generally a good predictor of how the annual averages are going to be. So that would be consistent with what I've seen. So if indeed this year is like others, this first quarter is a good predictor. Next slide, please. What brings all of this to a head for our department at this time is since early March, we have had 5 CPS social worker separations, with the 6th resignation effective on the 21st of this month. One of the primary reasons reported to me for folks not wanting to continue to do this work is caseloads are too overwhelming. One employee specifically indicated to me that the workload was too great for her to spend the time needed with children and families to give them what they needed and deserved. And that was not consistent with her personal work ethic. And it's also, as we know, not consistent with child safety. The job of the Child Protective Services social worker, as you might imagine, is going to be stressful and challenging on their very best day of the week. So to have caseload sizes continue to grow because of attrition, of staff leaving us, that creates then even more crisis, and we're not able to hire and train folks fast enough to keep that stable workforce going. Also, it's important to recognize that this is very specialized work, and I apologize that you didn't get the administrative code, but you know from what you've heard and what we've talked about in our community in the past, this is not the kind of job that an individual can walk in off the street and start doing today. This requires a tremendous amount of training and specialization. Our child welfare social worker must complete 72 hours of pre-service training prior to ever beginning direct client service, and then 66 additional hours during that first year of employment. So it's a highly specialized role, and this is just the basic training. This doesn't really fully prepare a social worker to be truly proficient. And that's something that requires time, and then we invest that time, and then of course it's costly for us to lose that time when individuals choose to leave us. As public servants, all of us, public servants, naturally we're concerned about child safety. We need our child protective social workers to be able to spend the time and have the clarity of mind necessary to adequately assess and address the immediate safety concerns and potential risk of future harm. Next slide, please. The management team is working diligently. We need you to know that we're doing what we are able to do, what we know to do. We are seeking to hire from a current pool of candidates that we are working with, and we actually think we may have a couple of potentials that are going to be able to start. They'll have that basic training, that they'll be able to start and hit the ground running. We are also working with Vanguard to see if there are any temporary employee solutions there just to help us bridge this gap. We also have assigned extra work to staff who have their own caseloads in different child welfare program areas. So that's a temporary solution, but it's not long-term, but it does allow some relief for some of our child protective services assessment workers. Staff and supervisors are in daily communication about our progress and about some creative ideas the team is trying. Some of these ideas may turn out to be long-term solutions, but for now, they're just an opportunity for us to explore ways to provide some relief while getting the work done. Next slide, please. Caseload reduction appears to be a major factor in staff retention. Hiring additional staff seems consistent with the data and the anecdotal feedback we receive. In our expansion budget request, we proposed 4 child protective services social workers and 1 social work supervisor. That would bring the full-time equivalents dedicated to the job role up to 20, which is close to what the data says that we need. It's not quite there, but it's very close. We will still have the difference between the FTEs needed and those available, but with additional positions, that gap should be more manageable. After state and federal reimbursements, the county cost for these positions and associated overhead expenses is approximately $232,000. This investment should help us curb the cost of turnover by retaining those seasoned, trained professionals, and it should help us meet our statutory obligation to assess and address threats to child safety. You may recall from my presentation during Child Abuse Prevention Month that I lived and worked through the difficult time at Rowan County DSS in the late 90s when there were concerns across the entire state of North Carolina about adequate child protective services staffing. And the tragedies in Rowan are a painful reminder for all of us to do what is within our reach, what is within our capacity to prevent history from repeating itself. My first duty, as I see it, is to provide you with accurate and relevant data regarding this issue. And my second duty, of course, is to implore your support for ensuring that the needs of our citizens are met. And in this case, to ensure adequate personnel so that we can meet our obligation for child protective services in our county. DSS managers are committed to work in partnership with our county leaders towards solutions to these concerns I've illustrated for you today. We welcome your feedback, we invite dialogue, and we genuinely appreciate your service to the citizens of this county. And we are appreciative of any support that you offer our department as we serve those citizens alongside. Thank you for your time and attention. Can I answer any questions?
I got a couple of questions. The last time we talked, burnout came up and loss of staff, or as we say, perhaps a sabbatical that was needed to help our CPS workers be able to come back to the job. And, you know, we got such wonderful people and we hate to lose them. So my question is I know we're going through the staffing process and salaries and all these things. Do you have any information on what, like say, what Cabarrus County or Davidson or Davie are paying their equivalent workers? You know, is that one of the reasons we can't get people? Because I'm just really concerned about understaffing right now, and the need for you, our director and assistant director, Lisa Berger, having to come in and fill in so the work gets done.
That is Plan C, Commissioner Kuzman. If that were to be necessary, that is exactly what we'll do. We'll, you know, put our boots back on and get back out in the field. We hope that it does not come to that. In terms of your question regarding other counties, I think to be fair, I think many counties are experiencing this exact crisis. You know, this is not the type of job that is, it's not easy. It's not the kind of job that's super attractive. And I've not heard anyone say, and I hate to say this out loud, but I'm going to say it out loud, that I've not heard anyone say it's because of the money. I have not. Now, we do have to be competitive, and thanks to our Human Resources Department, I believe that we are. And I believe that they're very attentive to those kinds of concerns. And I think in their 1/3 study, they've attempted to accommodate and ensure. If that is successful, it I think will help us retain staff and be able to continue to compete.
I guess my concern is trying to attract new staff, experienced staff.
Mhm.
And I think about our environmental health situation, where this commission went above and beyond and raised our salaries plus adding assignments. And my question is if we're going to capture and sheep steal from some of the other counties, is that what it's going to take?
I'm certain that a sign-on bonus might have an impact on bringing folks in. I think it's important that we approach this from all the prongs. So bringing folks here and having adequate caseload sizes is a relevant factor to keeping folks, because it's overwhelming work no matter what. To have too many cases and to not be able to sleep at night because you're worried, did I miss something? Because I got a phone call while I was in the home assessing safety. I got a phone call about another case that I'm supposed to go out and initiate right now. Those kinds of things are, I think bringing folks in, yes. I don't think that I could disagree that a sign-on bonus would be nice. It's impaired with ensuring that we have adequate staffing ongoing. I think it's going to be really good.
Do you have open positions now?
We do have open positions. We've had difficulty maintaining staffing since March. We had some challenges late in last year. We have to look at that applicant pool. Do we have qualified applicants? So there were some challenges there. We had some folks that were not able to start because of family tragedies. That, you know, we had hired folks and they weren't able to start because of tragedies. So we had some challenges with But we are filling. I've actually submitted 3 recommendations within the last 24 hours to fill some of our vacancies. That will leave us, after the individual who's leaving the end of this month, that will leave us 3 additional vacancies. Working diligently to fill those. When folks say the reason I'm leaving is because the workload's too great, well then, of course, and they have to make that decision for themselves and their families. I certainly can't quibble with that, but then that leaves that extra burden on those who remain behind. And that's what I'm concerned about, having that flexibility to ensure that folks can at least get that bare minimum done, that we can ensure kids' safety to the capacity that we're at.
What are the, some of the minimum requirements? I mean, a college degree.
You do. There are minimum requirements. The preferred degree is a bachelor's degree in social work. A master's degree in social work is preferred. And then I believe now, this is rough. I'm going to give you a rough, what I recall, master's degree with 1 year of experience, a bachelor's degree with additional years of experience, I think a minimum of 2 years experience. And then other degrees, other college degrees that are in health and human services type arena with additional years experience beyond that. We see that trained social workers come in a little bit better able to meet the population that we serve. But we can train folks. So yes, a college degree is required.
I was wondering, is in order if them signing bonuses that we could recruit college students, we facing the student debt, certain milestones they reach.
A creative partnership with schools of social work, I think would be a great idea. That would take, I think, some planning and conversation, but I think that's a great idea. This is the kind of dialogue I'm very interested in.
But back to the pay thing, are we being poached?
I do not believe so. I do not believe so. The most recent are not about that.
Are you having problems getting applicants?
We are having some problem getting applicants that are, we have to,
But I mean, is that just times?
could be our times.
I mean, every business up and down the road is having the same issue. Now, in your presentation, you've got caseload data, but I was all over several of these, but I don't see the caseload data. It's all about employees, but I don't typically will see actual caseload data. How is that trending?
Thank you. That's a great question. So it's based on the caseload data, and that was a poor choice of words.
Well, I figure I could do the math, but it's still early.
I'm with you. I'm going to use my glasses. So the caseloads in average caseload, and this is for the entire division. So all of these dedicated staff. 174 was the annual average in 2017.
That's 174 cases
Total
across
cases.
the whole division.
Correct. 253 was the average in 2018. And again, we're talking about those same 16. It's 16 across the board in terms of the number of full-time equivalent staff dedicated. In calendar year 2019, 246 is the average caseload. And 2020, the average caseload is 190. It's 185 for the first quarter of 2021. Does that answer your question, Mr. Chairman?
First quarter of 2021.
Shows an average of 185 cases for the
Is that annualized?
it's a,
So it's not saying that we're gonna have 600.
no, it's an average. It's a monthly average,
You're annualizing, so
Yes.
what'd you say that was, 180?
185.
In 1 quarter.
Well.
Correct, it's a monthly average.
She's averaging it.
It's a state formula. We use the state provided tool. We plug in our numbers in our staffing patterns.
So if that's, if it average, if by law you can use 10 cases per employee, 160 is what you should be handling
Correct,
as opposed to 185.
correct.
So we're not really a lot over what the state says you should be handling.
That is correct for the full-time equivalent positions that are dedicated. Then when you look at availability, because there's always going to be medical leave, there's always going to be your vacancies, your turnover. And so that's where we run into the significant issue.
So you're not keeping the full 16 people
You don't always,
working all the time.
you don't always have, right, you don't always have that, correct. That is correct. That's a contributory problem.
So, so here's a loaded question that may get shot back at us. But if we accept the premise that you're understaffed, how did it get that way? Is it because we are horrible people and haven't approved it? Did y'all just eventually get sideways on it? Was it you needed one and we said no, you needed another one and we said no, you needed another one? Or has it crept up on us? Or, I mean, what has happened? Because we've seen that in other departments where it just all of a sudden got bad.
I don't consider that a loaded question, but I understand why it might.
And,
Yes.
you know, you can tell us.
Sure, sure. So we are, what I see, this is my assessment, and I can't speak for what happened prior to my tenure here. But what I can see is that the North Carolina, the NC FAST system had an impact. When you look at the numbers, when they changed, it was 2018. And that's my assessment, and that for better or worse, that's my assessment. In 2018, the numbers got bad and we never did recover. We kept thinking we were going to recover and we didn't. I don't know where we were in the past with, I don't know how far our requests for expansion have gotten in the past, but you know, I think the most relevant question is where we are today and what can we do in partnership today. And so, but I really believe that the NC FAST system, which requires so much additional social worker time, you've got trained social workers typing things into a system that is inadequate. And it just takes, and they have to. It can't be assigned to anyone else. They have to do it.
Well, so regulation actually is a hindrance.
There's no,
Paperwork, bureaucracy. Yeah,
But-
well, we would agree. You know, the real rub as we go through these conversations year by year, Aaron does something interesting during our budget presentations. It's the sense of the community. All right, so if we grant the requests from each department and they're overwhelming, then Aaron, do you have any sense right now what he'll
Yes.
do? So, you know, if we have $160 million budget, he'll say, here's what the requests were. The request was for a $220 million budget. And here's what that means to you, the taxpayer, a 37-cent tax increase. And so trying to figure out how to balance all of that is difficult. Do you have any idea?
It exceeds 120-cent tax increase this year,
It would be a 120-cent tax increase
plus
the original tax.
yes,
So
if there were no additional debt taken.
we would more than triple the tax rate if we would go to a $1.80.
Well, you can't legally go
I'm
over.
saying
Yeah, a certain
the
amount.
request would be over close to $1.90.
Yeah, we would need the General Assembly to have special legislation. for this
So
tax
that is,
system.
yeah, so that's not just to diminish the need. I'm asking the question, how did we get there? How did we get there with your department? And there's some departments that will.
I don't envy the task of balancing those competing priorities. I have enough competing priorities within my own department, just that alone, to manage. And so I understand some of the challenges with that. And I just appreciate your time and attention to it. It's a serious matter. And it's one that, you know, it keeps me up at night.
I have a question for you. What type of activities are positive for the DSS? Is it lower unemployment rates? Is it certainly probably a higher standard of living? What things would need to happen to get the DSS to where you only needed 10 people for Rowan County? I never hear anybody say anything positive about the DSS. And I know it's bureaucracy and it's a lot of things, but what could we do? Could we bring in more employers to hire people? Or do you have the same, well, you have more people being affected, needing DSS every year, and our unemployment rate has gone down for years. What would it take?
If I could effectively answer your question, I believe I could retire.
Madam President?
Exactly. I think we're really looking at a combination of factors. And when you look around in our community, what we see, what I see is the impact of trauma. And you have individuals who have experienced trauma as young people, and now they're parents, and their children are experiencing the impact of that trauma, and so on, and so on, and so on. And sometimes that looks like untreated mental illness. Sometimes that looks like untreated substance use disorders or ineffectively treated substance use disorders. And I don't think there's one magic bullet, but I do think that for all of us to continue to press forward trauma-informed work, community resiliency model, which I believe this board supports the community resiliency model and has. And I think these kinds of things are helpful. But yes, folks need to be able to feed their families, of course. Poverty is not necessarily the driving force for abuse and neglect. So it certainly can be. It is a factor, and it goes hand in hand with experiencing trauma. If I have untreated mental illness, I may not be able to keep my job for very long. And it's a cycle that continues. That's what we see. And I know that doesn't answer your question, Mr. Green, but it is about the best I have today.
I'm sorry, I misspoke. It's not 120. That would be approximately, it'd be closer to exceeding 100.
So it'd be a dollar,
The whole tax rate would be
would be a dollar.
yeah, plus or minus a couple of million,
So it'd go up by a third.
possibly.
The $232,000 says the county's portion.
Yes, the after federal and state reimbursements, and that figure includes, all of those overhead expenses. And I'm not the best mathematician, but I did depend on those who are. And so that's a rough estimate of where we would leave the county dollars.
You're saying like vehicles and
The travel, training, the office setup, all of those things that are considered general overhead.
Are there any other federal or state grants that are out there that you could apply for, but you thought you would like, say, you could apply for? Some grants that are out there that maybe. But sometimes people don't really want to apply for grants because the commission likes grants. It's usually you have to pay full price.
I'm not aware of a grant that covers child protective services other than those federal and state dollars that are dedicated to it. Now, I am always interested in pursuing. If something is available, we would certainly pursue that. And I do have, I just want to make sure, so just in case there's a better mathematician than I, the county portion, and the overhead costs, yes, included telephone, computer, all that kind of stuff, cell phone, those kinds of things. It doesn't include a vehicle, doesn't include travel. So I want to make sure I'm clear about that. But it does, the new county funds requested per the supervisor is 48,000, and then per worker is about 40. Both of them would be about 49,000 and 46,000 rounding up. So that would be 4 workers at 46,000 and 1 supervisor at 49. So if you want to check my math, because again, as I indicated, I'm not a mathematician.
So if that's the starting salaries, you need a college degree or a master's degree. So are these entry level jobs in your profession?
In Choctaw Services, yes. It's an entry level position in Choctaw Services.
So is there someone for them to advance? Is there Choctaw Service 2, Choctaw?
This is such a specialized role. There's really, you could advance to supervisor and to manager, but this is, so we might have some staff who begin in foster care and that kind of work, which is still a social worker 3. CPS social worker is a little bit above that in terms of the sort of the hierarchy of things. But we hired students, who've just gotten a master's degree and had a year of experience. We do hire those individuals into these positions. It's just so specialized. The training they need is really from the state of North Carolina and us.
That's kind of my bigger question is, so are we always going to have this issue? People come to this job, get some experience in some other position in the overall social services university?
There is not much movement out of this position other than away. So we're not seeing a lot of movement, like we're not seeing a whole lot of upward movement. There's just not that much management changes in our department. And we have stayed stable. Our staffing for CPS assessments has been relatively stable compared to other counties. We're actually probably in a little bit better shape in terms of stability overall. We've seen two moments in time in the relatively recent past, this one that we're in now, and then I think it was a little over a year ago, maybe 2, that we had a moment where we had this kind of staffing issue. What I'm hearing from folks is it's too much, it's just too much. And it's too much when you have, adequate staffing and you can manage that caseload size. It's too much already. But people are prepared for that. They're prepared for that too much. When you get beyond that, you're just saturated. And that's what we're hearing is, and I don't know if I'm supposed to know this or not, but one individual left and doesn't have a job. It was too much. Another individual is not going to another position, but it's too much. And just worried about being, if I'm not part of the solution, am I part of the problem? And I think that's, where some of these workers are, and they want to do it. We all want to do it. But we also want to be more than just barely adequate, when it comes to child safety.
The super, so is it 3 case workers and a supervisor?
We're asking for 4 assessment social workers and 1 supervisor. The staffing requirement is 5 to 1 for social worker and supervisor. We have 1 supervisor now that already has 6. And so what this would do, these 4 will create an additional unit. So we would be able to have 5.
Is that state statute?
Yeah, I don't know about a statute, but it is state policy.
And that's where private sector goes berserk over that stuff. To have a supervisor for 3 or 4 people, that's the stuff we don't understand.
Well, and I would do my best to explain the complexities of the child welfare policy. It is very difficult. It is very difficult for an experienced social worker sometimes to see out of the pain and difficulty that their families are experiencing, and how do I tease out the facts? How do I tease through? It's just so emotionally charged, and it requires everything you've got, all the education, all of the resources, and one of those resources is your supervisor. And in order to ensure that that worker is learning what they're supposed to be learning and not something that we don't want them to be learning, to be sure that they're following policy, supervisory oversight is key. And I believe that that is really one of the reasons that we've done so well overall in terms of retention. Even though we're not in a good place right now, I do believe our supervisors,
Do supervisors carry caseload as well?
they cannot. No, I mean, they do carry what they carry when we have a situation like this. They'll carry what they can until we get through the process. But you can't carry a caseload and meet the needs of that worker. You're getting a call 10 times a day from a worker out in the field who says, this is another weird situation and I'm not sure what to do with. And I want to make sure I don't walk away from here leaving this child unsafe. What is my next right step? So even the worker who's trained and knows the policy is going to get into that type of situation.
So right now, the state says 10 cases and we're at 20 per full-time equivalent.
Correct.
So I understand that, as our chairman said, it gets frustrating when private sector uses. But if we were all to go out and double our full-time job that we do, I think about like mine, full-time policeman,
Correct.
but it's just a different space to be working in. And my concern is that if we do not put this extra team of 5 people in the department, that we will have gaps. But it's also my understanding that, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the state and our county are trying to go to specific caseworker per family. And that is so they can build a relationship and trust. And that's very difficult to do when they have 20 cases.
The individual social worker needs to understand the ins and outs and the details of that particular case. That really does need to be consistent. And when we hand off cases, that can be a challenge. It is, we certainly work with a team approach, and we go out and help one another. We communicate well around those things to ensure that we're covering those gaps. But yes, the things that I see with my eyes, I am probably not going to convey adequately to someone else, to hand that case off to them. Those things that I know because I heard and I saw and I smelled and those kinds of things, it's difficult to pass to another worker. So yes, caseworker maintaining their own case is really important if we can do that.
All right, well, we really do appreciate you being here. Thank you for what you do. I think all of us would say we come across departments and jobs within our county that we couldn't do. Perhaps a character flaw on our part, but everyone's different, and we do appreciate what you do. You've got a tough job, so God bless you.
Thank you,
What
Mr.
you're doing.
Chairman.
Please pass that along to your folks as well.
I will, and we are truly grateful for the time that you spent. You've been very gracious with your time and attention, and we appreciate that. And I think I can assure you that I value and appreciate your role as well, and don't want your job.
Have a good day.
Thank you, you too.
Will you? I think I said this. You can do that.
All right, we're gonna move on to transit. Valerie, is that you?
Before Valerie starts, I'd just like to tell the board and publicly what a good job Valerie's done. She is the airport director and transit director. And you're gonna see in her presentation how good what a great job she's done. And we're just fortunate to have Valerie with us. Valerie, I'll say good things about you while you're talking.
Take my presentation, but I didn't send it to April, I just sent it to me.
Well, you should know better.
You could have looked at who I sent it to.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just follow up on our last presentation.
No.
You are sorry. You know, Micah, our director, has only been in the position for a very short time. And I cannot say enough about how she is, her philosophy in management, which is servant leadership. And it's basically you're taking that hierarchical pyramid that we see a lot in government and private business and turning it upside down on its head. And the encouragement, and I just can't say enough about her. And I am so happy that people of Berlin have got her in the position that she's in, and our commission needs to be thankful too, because we don't want to see 1997 come back. That would not give our reputation a boost.
I think we've got it ready now. So good afternoon. Thanks for letting me come and talk to you a little bit about transit. We took it in-house, if you all recall, October. So we're looking at just getting 7 months worth of data to base this off of. We don't even have a full year, but some things have already come pretty clear.
Can we talk about that first, just, and it doesn't need to be a long expose, but the community needs to know, you mentioned that we took it in-house. There's a big reason for that, because costs were exploding is not, doesn't do justice to that. It had a lot to do with labor costs, didn't it?
I took over right when all that was happening. NB Transportation was a contract that was used for all the services. It included maintenance, but it also included a minimum mileage, requiring a lot more wear and tear on the vehicles, and everything's done on a per mile rate now. But back with the contract, when it came up for renewal, I think it was a 33 or something like that % increase. I wasn't here at that point. I don't know if anyone recalls when NB gave us the option for a contract.
Can I stop you again? We don't have a microphone for her.
Here you go.
Give her a banana.
Valerie.
No, Aaron, you may need yours.
Is that better?
Yeah.
I could talk a lot louder.
No, that's better. Okay, that's better.
So was that enough on MD, or did you want?
No, as I recall, one of the big issues was with the lowering unemployment. It was creating upward pressure on salaries, pay. And so folks were leaving that service for higher paying jobs. So that service had to raise salaries, raise pay and benefits in order to keep up with the market, which in the end translated to costs exploding here in Rowan County. And so in order to stopgap, we voted to experiment and take it over to see if we could mitigate costs. And I think Aaron said we have somewhat, but we're still faced with the same problems. And so here we are today, so.
Okay, next slide, please. So Rowan Express, everything for transit is grant funded. We go for any grant we can qualify for. Normally it's a local match between 10, 20. Some grants are 50-50, in most cases ours are not. Rowan Express is normally funded by 5307. It is a grant that last year was not federally funded. So we did not receive grant funding, not that we didn't apply for it, it was just not available to anyone. Rowan Express is our only direct route with stops. Everything else we do is door-to-door service for our most vulnerable citizens. It has stops in Salisbury, China Grove, Landis, and Kannapolis, and it does connect Salisbury Transit to Concords, which they call the CK Rider system, and then has stops where you can get to Amtrak in Salisbury and also Kannapolis. Next slide. That's a visual of the route. If it helps, you can see that where the Amtrak train station is in Kannapolis and then goes through Landis, comes through South Rowan, YMCA Food Line, China Grove, up to the Security Commission, and then to the Salisbury Bus Depot transfer site. Next slide. Based on all the numbers, unfortunately, Rowan Express, I have to make the suggestion that it should be discontinued. It's not a highly utilized service. It's an ineffective use of the funding we do receive from the county. And our grant funding is not enough to cover the cost, even in the past. Over July 1, 2020 through June 30, 2021, the system was solely run using CARES Act funding that we received. There was no local match used, and that was because there was no 5307 funds provided that we needed to match. So we have run this service 100% on CARES Act funds. Next slide, please. I'm going to follow up with some reasons. The first one is cost. Over 9 months, which is the record I can pull up, July 2020 to March 2021, the net expenses were over 158,000. We had a total number of rides of 6,853. If you do the math, that means each ride is $23.17. Riders pay $1 fare. County employees and some others ride for free, and there's no fare received if someone is transferring from another service. Next slide, please. Number 2, the vehicles. It is our highest mileage route. The vehicles are larger. They require a CDL endorsement, which in most locations would require a higher pay rate. For us going in-house initially, it wasn't an issue. We just have all our drivers currently at the same pay rate. The higher replacement cost when you do have to replace a larger vehicle, and increased wear and tear. Those vehicles, they do have less wear in some ways because they're on the interstate, but that also adds more wear and tear for speed, brakes, tires, alignments. Less stop and go like the locals, but it does increase overall the amount of maintenance those 2 larger vehicles need. And maintenance is also slightly more expensive for the larger vehicles than our smaller vehicles. Next slide. Number 3, the operating hours. Due to Rowan Express, it extends the staffing hours, which requires us to have a dispatcher in-house when you have anyone on the road. Right now it's 4:30 a.m. to 7:30 p.m., 15-hour day. What I'm proposing, if we discontinue Express, we'll make it a 5:30 to 5:30, a 12-hour day. Also, the 4:30 a.m. start, we do have 2 drivers come in at the same time as the dispatcher, but they both go out, leaving a dispatcher by herself in the facility at 4:30 in the morning. Next slide, please. Ridership, somewhat discussed a little bit earlier. If you do math differently, you can show an average of 25.38 trips per day over the last 9 months. This is an average of only 1.69 rides per revenue hour. The average cost of service per an hour is $58.82. If you add in the driver's hourly wage, that's not insurance or benefits, just their hourly wage. Express is costing us $71.82 a revenue hour. Next slide, please. Majority use to commute to or from work. The drivers we spoke to indicate there's occasional use for shopping appointments, visiting appointments, or the connections discussed earlier to Charlotte or Amtrak. One item to point out, all users that are on Express do have the ability and access to other forms of transportation. So our other services are door to door. We have a lot of wheelchair clients. Anyone on Express is physically able to get themselves to the pickup location and home and get on and off the vehicle. Some individuals drive to the pickup location and leave their vehicle and then ride Express. Things like Uber, cost effective wise, they have other options. So we aren't taking away, to the best of my knowledge, the only transportation option to anyone at this point. I can't say that for certain. We don't collect the data on our Express riders. Anyone is able to get on it for $1. So we don't have an ability to track who's riding it and for what reason. Our drivers don't ask that. It's just you get on the stop, you get off the stop. Next slide, please. The impact to staffing. Currently, we have 3 vacant full-time positions. One during initial hiring didn't work out. We did not post again. A second one, probation, did not post that one, and a third did not come back after medical leave. We also did not post that. Avis, the operations manager, and I have sat down after each one and looked at the numbers and ridership, and we're trying to be extremely conservative on how many drivers we have. Those 3 positions I do feel strongly could be removed from the budget. They're not filled right now. I don't see a need to fill them. If ridership increases again after COVID, that could be different, but at this point, I think you could take 3 full-time positions out of the budget. We could supplement with part-time if needed. If transit stops, Rowan Express, those vehicles and drivers will still be used. We'll just use them for other services like more medical. We can continue to evaluate if we lose drivers and not fill not fill more additional full-time positions as they come available. If we have resignations or failures to pass the DOT physical, which is required by NCDOT, it's not an internal requirement, or if there is a progressive discipline action. There are more changes coming with Medicaid transformation. That is a federal state. It's not something we've chosen. It's happening. It's happening July 1. Numbers stay similar. They could drop. They could increase. We're not really sure on that, and that's something to watch. We may be able to remove more drivers from full-time positions moving forward in the next fiscal year. And again, we can increase the number of part-time to supplement that. We do have a fair wage now that was worked on very hard before we brought it in-house by you guys, and it has worked out. We were able to take in all of the MV drivers that wanted to come in. So next slide, please. Impacts to the future. We can evaluate the number and type of vehicles needed. If we remove Rowan Express, there's a potential we could swap out the larger vehicles we just got in about a year ago, or sell them and not needed vehicles. The ridership is low due to the pandemic. All vehicles get replaced at 100,000 miles or are optional, and when you replace it, it's 90% funded by the state and 10% local match. And that's for all vehicles, whether it's used for Rowan Express or not. Next slide, please. These are the items that we do now and will continue doing. The ROAP program is rural operating. The allocation for the 3 pieces of funding is assigned in the FTA grant award. So they would assign a certain percentage needs to be used for elderly and disabled, a certain percentage has to be used for rural general public, and a certain percentage can be used for urban employment. Originally, some urban employment, we used that funding towards Express because that was urban and employment. If that goes away, we're looking at the possibility of being able to use urban employment for our RVO clients, some of them. Next slide, please. Under ROAP, most have no other option. A portion of this funding is the 1-day-a-week ride based on your location. I'm proposing that those currently enrolled, we drop to only life-sustaining trips, which includes medical. Many are going to dialysis and grocery. And new applicants just drop down to medical only. I don't feel that terminating people who currently rely on those groceries and to get their food. I think that would be an undue hardship to take it away, but as we sign up new people, they're not already relying on that, so we're not taking away something that is life-sustaining for them. So that's my difference between two. I understand that groceries and food service are life-sustaining, but new applicants aren't already receiving that through our services. Next slide, please. We also have the HCCGB grant. That's the Home and Community Care Block. This grant is, applicants are selected based on priority and their eligibility. The minimum age is 60, but then it goes through adult protective services, risk of abuse, neglect, if they have extensive impairments, or risk of placement into substitute care. Next down, we go to older adults with less extensive issues, and then if there's still funds and space left, well, older adults that have limited transportation options. Next slide, please. Medicaid, as I said a little bit earlier, will continue to provide transport to clients scheduled through DSS. That is how it is done now. And no matter what happens with Medicaid transformation, anyone DSS classifies as us being able to transport, we will continue to do that. Next slide. That's the end of, I think it cut off my, are there any questions? Sorry. I'll do my best with them.
How many vehicles do you have on the road during your working hour for Rowan Express? Is that
Two.
one vehicle, two vehicles?
2 vehicles for Rowan Express.
So some rough calculation, you don't have more than 10 people riding the bus a day or riding the vehicles.
We averaged, it was 1.67 trips an hour. So
How many?
1.67. And I use the best data I have. Some of that data came from MV, from their system, and I'm not as confident that it's factual. One was entered completely incorrect. It had 8,000 and it was supposed to be 6,000. So just certain things, typos.
Bottom line is, we have huge vehicles, 2 of them, providing service for less than average 2 people.
Correct. With CDL drivers.
And that's not per bus.
So
So it can be less than 1 person per bus.
that's correct. And I have no way of knowing, did a bunch of people use it when we had the Cheerwine celebration, so they were able to get close and walk. I can't determine hours and days using the system we currently have to see if there was a peak and a reason for it. I can look at the months, but the months stayed pretty regular. There wasn't a spike.
Valerie, is there any way to divide out the folks that are riding medical, for medical reasons, at this point?
For Rowan Express, there's not, like I said, we don't, it's public, so it's just like getting on a public bus. The driver might say, hello, how are you? But there's no reason for the driver to be questioning where you're going. They just take you to the next stop and you hop off and go where you need to go.
Okay, so there's no way to count, like door to door for disabled.
Oh, there is for the other services. I can get you that number. Just Rowan Express doesn't go door to door. It's the only,
Only route.
it's only on route. It's on a schedule. If you're not at the stop, they don't wait 10 minutes, 20 minutes, any of that. The other aspect, I truly feel this will allow us to focus in on what our drivers do best, and that is door-to-door service, providing it for the special needs for the elderly. And we have a great group. Smaller isn't necessarily a bad thing. To be able to really zone in on something we can do and do it very well, instead of diversifying and having a piece that doesn't make any sense, taking resources and funding away from where we can really utilize it. We do have a wait list for dialysis. It is ever growing. We have a second wait list for dialysis that is people wanting a second day. So they've currently got one and they'd like a second day. The nutrition sites have a huge demand as well. And the people getting the nutrition sites, most times, to my understanding, it is their one hot meal or their one meal that they are getting that day. We've been helping move the meals to the clients. Usually it's clients go to the congregate meal site, so they get socialization, they see people, they can be checked up on it and have some quality time with other humans, but because of the pandemic, we have been taking meals and dropping them off each time.
Yeah, and hopefully we'll get through this soon because the social isolation is a huge problem, especially on our rural areas. Now, so the HCCBG grant covers seniors, and I kind of missed that. I'm sorry.
Can you bring, April, can you bring back my presentation? And I'm getting good at the grants now, but not perfect. So as you guys know, I just kind of got jumped in with both feet on transit, and the airport side, I have a lot more down pat. It took me a long time to get HCCGB correctly.
Thanks.
Yes, I am trying to get that pulled up. If you'll bear with me for just 1 second.
Actually, our chairman just handed me the sheet from your presentation. But I'm also extremely glad that we have the road program for our rural residents. So I think that your analysis of what we have and what we need are right on.
So bottom line is just switching around resources to more efficiently help folks that we're already helping and potentially increase the quality of the stuff that's really popular.
And we've always focused, even prior to me, my understanding was needs-based. So we really are truly trying to focus on those that need us the most because they honestly have no other option available.
So if we go to the new program you're suggesting, will we be able to run smaller vehicles like vans or minibuses?
Already we have small vehicles. The only two that are large, I believe they're 28 feet replacements, are the two that were just acquired for Express. And so depending on what happens, we may be able to have options to trade them or sell them to someone and get two more smaller vehicles and no longer have the CDL requirement needed for any of our vehicles. I don't know enough about it yet. I'd have to research it. You could possibly redistribute those larger vehicles to other departments that may need them or use them for emergencies, that type of thing. Yeah, there's the slide on the community care block. All the transport under that is based on priorities for what service they need and why they need it and how vulnerable they are on the scale.
Any other questions for?
You said earlier that you had some positions that weren't filled, that you would suggest eliminating.
Yes. When I took over, we had a team that came together and tried to come up with the best budget and the best numbers. So we went with a number of drivers and a number of vehicles, and Leslie helped me set up the budget. And when we didn't get one position filled initially, we said, let's try it without it. When we lost a second full-time driver, we said, let's try it, because this is through COVID. Let's try it without it. We lost a third, let's try it without it. And we're doing okay on that. We do have 2 part-time positions we can fill immediately. Those I would like to keep. The part-time, in some ways, it's easier. A lot of our drivers are retired, so they don't want to work a full 8 hours. They like to come in 2 days a week or 1 day a week. So I do feel like even further going, as we learn more about what our transit looks like, there may be more driver positions that we can eliminate as well. And Avis and I are extremely conservative, because the last thing we would like to do is tell somebody that has a job that they don't anymore. So we would never want to hire just to turn around, like in July when Medicaid comes, we don't need this now, and you just started a month ago, so.
All right, Valerie, thank you. we'll echo what Aaron said. We appreciate your good work.
Thank you.
We're glad you're here.
Airport's next, right?
Yeah,
I don't have a presentation.
that's okay.
Okay.
If you could just talk about the hangar, the most recent drawing that we received from Calvin and the process of the hangars.
Okay, I don't have the exhibit, but Tarbert and Wright has a few different exhibits, and one of them provided showed 4 different hangar spots, 80 by 100 for some. All of those spots, there's,
I'm gonna email it to Randy and he can put it up for everyone to see. And I'm also forward to the board so that the board can, they'll be able to see. That's great. I'm sorry.
it's all right. Each of the locations, when it comes up, they'll be in like a magenta pink color. Those are just projected sizes. There's an ability to flex on those. They're not max size. The 2 closest to the runway that I can try to point out, they'll be at the top of the drawing. Those will have a height restriction, and that's because when you have a runway, you have what looks like a stadium seat around it, and that's your area that you can't have due to separation for aircraft if there was an issue and they were taking off. So those 2 have a limited height, but the ones closer to the road, near the 2 big hangars that are already there, we could expand them in size. I asked TBE if there was any hangars that could be constructed quickly. They found some that have a 16-week turnaround or lead time. I don't know how it would end up. Obviously, with the pandemic, everything keeps growing. So it starts at 10 and goes to 16, and then all of a sudden it's 20 weeks, twice as much. But they have standard sizes, and it's a bifold door. It's not got all the bells and whistles, fire protection, heating, cooling. Those would all be different things that could be added after for office space. But a safe estimate provided was about $50 a square foot, completely constructed in place. And that's on the high end, just to be conservative. And I pulled up one in the email. I don't know if you have it, Aaron. It came to be about 300 to 350 to get a large hangar in place. So those 2 future 80 by 100s that you can see right now at the top of the screen, those are the 2, especially the one furthest up that has the height requirement. Not going to be able to go as tall. And the door height is really what makes your hangar expensive. So the one that says building under constructed is constructed, and the black one next to it is also constructed. Those are our 2 large hangars. They have a 28-foot door clearance and 120 feet wide. So very large aircraft can go into those.
The building under construction in the bottom right-hand corner, that's not accurate. That's already there.
Correct. That one's the sister hangar and currently used as the community hangar, and the ramp portion is also constructed. And like I said, the options there are just future hangar spots. They're not max sizes. They're not the way it has to be. They can be combined. They can be shifted.
Yeah, I think we were encouraged to hear from our engineer that potentially that 100 by 120 could be another 100 by 150.
All things currently look like that's a very real possibility.
And what are these metal steel? Or what steel? Steel. So they are steel hangers. They're just smaller hangers.
Yes, they're smaller in scale, and the door type is different. So it's a bifold door, so it would hinge in the middle and come up and be held, versus the doors on our the 2 large hangars you had constructed.
Yeah.
They are horizontal and fold into themselves to allow for the max
Do
clearance.
they have fire suppression?
The 2 large hangars do. The ones that can be constructed quickly, that's part of the aspect of why they're so quickly, is they do not.
What could they be built to blend in with the campus look?
They could absolutely, in my opinion, match with the current hangar that's occupied by Food Line, the one that's owned by Shoe Show, and the paint hangar that are all in that same area.
So Valerie, these are pre-engineered buildings then, not like what we've got now where it was
Correct.
specified or architecture without those. These are already pre-approved and pre-engineered so that
Order them and they're based
ordering
on,
just a matter of putting them up.
yep, it is specific size, so 64 deep, and then you have selections you can make for how wide you want to go and how high you want the door heights to go.
The 100 by 120 that's back there, what is the sidewall height on that?
It could be as tall as the one across from it.
Okay.
So it could have a 28-foot door height. You could build a third, you could choose to build a third hangar that's the same or similar to the two that are already there.
How does that door height calculate into the number of aircraft that could be accessible? What I'm saying is, I know the 28 foot is the big tail light and larger aircraft, but you've been out there long enough to now see, do you think that we need that door height? Because, or do we have a rotation of aircraft coming in that you think that would be necessary, or could we get by with say 24 foot height?
For some aircraft, you could definitely do 24. The community hangar at this point, nothing in there needs the 28-foot height. So a possibility to look at would be kind of shifting where people currently are. And
Well, and that's my question, you know, I guess I'm focusing on the helicopter people that are out there. Well, what size door height would they need to?
I have asked them, they haven't officially measured. I believe they are okay with 18 feet.
Okay, so is there a big cost differential, do you know, from say 20 foot to 24? Is that a big difference, or is it?
Yes, it's a big difference. That's part of why the ones that are quick to get have a max door height available of 18 feet. So if it was, the higher you go, the more the support structure, and I think it starts taking you out of the ability to have that type of building and that framing safely.
Do we know if there is a pre-engineered building that's, say, a 20-foot door height that's available quickly? Or
I can go back and ask TV if they can find something with a higher door height.
Okay, thank you.
And I sent Aaron some things this morning, might have thrown them off. Just some things I've been hoping to bring to you maybe in closed session and see what you have to think about on that.
Do you think the lack of a suppression system would cause people not to want to use these? Is it going to be, I know it's going to be an increase in the insurance on it.
It all depends on the type of aircraft. So the large hangar, the cost of the aircraft going into the large hangar is the reason for the fire suppression. They kind of parallel each other. When you have a smaller aircraft, the insurance goes down and it can fit in a smaller hangar. So it really depends on how new the aircraft is, the make and model, how new it is. So if you've got a brand new G550, it's a $60 million airplane, you want fire suppression and you want it heated and cooled, and you've got people coming in that you want it to be a corporate, very clean, very impressive environment. Some other people, they just want a spot and there's nowhere else to go. And they, as long as the airplane's protected from the rain and the elements, they're happy. And a lot of them or others can get their aircraft towed to the front. So they don't even see the hangar. They just come when they're ready to fly and get on the airplane, because our service will bring, when the pilot requests it, tow their aircraft from the hangar straight up to our building and have it ready to go. Keeping your aircraft out of the elements is one of the biggest things, because it, just like your vehicle, maintains it longer. There isn't a lot of risk for fire in hangars. It's kind of a steel building with not much inside of it. And depending on the fuel, it's not extremely ignitable. It takes a lot.
Valerie, don't they make other suppression systems other than what we have, which is the foam?
Yes, they do.
That's a lot less expensive, from what I understand.
Everything's an option. The response from TV was just based on what can I get the quickest.
Okay.
So I can follow up with them later today.
All right, anything else? Thank you, Valerie.
All right, thanks.
Appreciate it. 11:45, we're working toward general medical. Let's go ahead and take a break for 10 minutes. And we'll get back at 11.
So what happened in Bennett during a post-COVID, during COVID, still dealing with COVID, what all the medical providers have told us is they can't hire help at what they were able to pay 3 years ago. Because nurses are making a lot of money working specialty units and overtime and all that. So we knew the cost was going to go up no matter who we dealt with. I mean, companies we've done business with before said, yeah, it's an industry problem and they're having to compete. So the bad news is that bid went up considerably and y'all saw that contract. But in looking at scrubbing our budget for cuts, what we realized is there was a line item of $150,000 in the jail psychological evaluations that we spent each year. That $150,000 is included in our new medical. So we can cut that $150,000 out of our budget. We don't need that money. And on the budget I've got, it's, I don't know if Ray can reach that or, but anyway, I just talked to Aaron about that the other day, but the good news is it's not going up from 800 and something to 1.1 really, because the 150,000 is now included in that new contract. I think I said that correctly.
That's correct. The actual current price is going to be $1,030,488 a year. So if you take the $150,000 that the sheriff's talking about from that, I mean, you're looking at just a lot smaller increase than what it appears on paper.
Would that bring it down to 100 million then?
Well, 1,030,000 minus 150,000, what's that, 880,000?
Compared to the whole contract, because that 150 is coming back to us. It won't reduce us below $1 million, except the backdoor recovery of 150,000.
Correct.
What was last year's budget and what was it going up to this year?
I don't know. Medico had submitted their new bill for July 1, this coming fiscal year, and then they backed out and said they didn't want to do business with us.
That was after lengthy discussions between me and them about their nursing staff being on scene or not being on scene and what they were doing while they were there, where our officers were having to make medical decisions because their nurse, if she's a nurse, was standing there and didn't know what to do. Or they only had a med tech who passes meds there during medical emergencies, and our staff would have to take the lead and make medical decisions. So they backed out knowing that they were very understaffed for a long time.
The final straw for us with this company, Captain had sent them a kind of forceful message, nothing bad. And their response is, we don't work well with a gun to our head. And we said right then, we got to do something else. It wasn't fair. The email wasn't that nasty. So we hate it to cost us, costing us more money, but it's the market right now. It's the industry. It's not like we've ordered some Cadillac plan or changed something that jacked the cost up. It's just what's going on in society.
I will say that most of the other medical companies that we have talked to, not the bigger ones because they're not interested in a jail our size usually, but the ones who are usually will use these med techs. They're not nurses. They really know how to pass out medications, and that's about all they can do according to state law. This company will not use med techs. They'll only use an RN or LPN. So we are getting an increase in our quality of nursing staff, plus we're increasing some of the hours that they're going to be providing in the jail.
So could you talk about, we've been releasing across the country folks from jail because of COVID. We've not done that, but the number of folks in our facilities has gone down, isn't it, pretty significantly?
Yes, sir. Before COVID, we reached a 420 inmate level in 368 beds. As soon as COVID hit, we implemented certain restrictions. We asked other agencies in this area who bring people to jail to cite and release when possible instead of arresting everybody. We asked our own people to do that, and within a couple of months, we were down. I think we hit 195 at one time. We're back up now to 255 roughly, because there are just some things you have to arrest for. Can't get around it. But yeah, to answer your question, yes, we decreased our head count significantly. However, The problem with that is the ones we're left with seem to be the ones who are most chronically ill on the outside anyway. And the ones that are being brought in are generally opioid dependent, mental health issues, and things like that. So while we did decrease the head count, we didn't release anybody, just let them go. We took steps to decrease the head count, and now we're left with the population that's pretty bad off. And the medical companies.
So the number went down, but you're still left with the same number of health
issue.
challenges.
And the other thing that happened, Brady and her staff had to concentrate on jail cases because we weren't having people come into the courthouse. So the courts never closed. We just kind of closed it to the public, so to say, and so to speak. And we handled jail cases that had been on the shelf for a while because that's what we had time to do. So that helped. And you have to realize we don't have the authority to release people like the state with the parole board. If you're sentenced to 2 years, they can cut your sentence based on health. We would have to beg the DA and work with the DA to see, but it's two different systems and two different ways of controlling it. I will say that today we inoculated our first prisoners for COVID, and I think Captain 50 of them.
50 signed up, 46 were eligible. Those other 4 had already had one Moderna vaccine and they couldn't take the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. But 46 of the inmates, and then we had a couple officers who hadn't originally wanted the vaccine. They expressed interest, so we got the nurses back and they took it.
And they're coming back in a timely manner to finish the Modernas for the people that are in the process. So that was another good thing today. The one advantage.
What's your average count out? 200 and what?
I'm going to say 250 to 270. It just kind of ebbs and flows between those numbers, pretty constant. We usually have 6 to 10 state misdemeanors that the state's paying us for to serve in time at the local facility. Currently, we have 31 federal prisoners. They're paying us $61 a day. So the good news is we could bump our population if we release back to other facilities. We could probably reduce our number 50 a day with cost fixed and contracts for meals, medical, all that's fixed. Your utilities are pretty fixed. I mean, how much water does inmates use? So it's really worked out well for us right now that we're able to house. The federal program is working great. That's good money to recoup. You'll never make money running a jail. We hear that in public, but that would never happen in the state of North Carolina. Doesn't let it happen lawfully anyway.
Yeah, I had someone, and I called you that time, it's been a few years ago, told me that our jail was a for-profit, by a private company. And there was nothing I could say that would convince them otherwise, but it is not.
North Carolina statute does not allow that.
Yeah, it's not.
Well, you take the amount of budget and the reimbursement or the things we get back from commissary do not even come close to.
These federal and state folks that you have there that you're housing, we're here talking about medical expense. We're not on the hook for their medical.
The feds pay every bit of the cost of their inmates. If we take them to Winston or Greensboro for federal court, they pay 2 officers. They reimburse the county more than we're paying the officers. Anytime they go to the hospital, the federal government pays it. If the state, same thing, right? We're not on the hook.
So it's free then?
If they go to the hospital, if they're in-house and we treat them in-house with our nurses, then we pay for them.
Yes.
It's in our contract.
So how many state prisoners do we have?
Okay, there's 2 types. It's what they call the backlog. That is folks that have been sentenced to serve felony time. The state controls that based on beds. We have run as high as 30 waiting to get in prison. But the state prison system and the state has said it's cheaper for us to get those folks out of those jails. So our backlog is 6 right now. 3 are going tomorrow to a state facility. And I think 1 or 2 already have beds assigned next week. The misdemeanors are ours until they finish the sentence. So really we're in about the 15 range, 12 to 15 range on backlog and statewide misdemeanor. That's every sheriff can opt in or opt out. But as long as we can do it with the same staff and we don't go over per diem, it's a good thing to do. I mean, we hope to take in enough money to offset the food costs. That's about what we get. So to say we can make a profit is ludicrous anyway.
Let me also say about the federal inmates, state inmates that we bring in, get that $61 a day. We have a very good relationship between those people who coordinate that and Sergeant Harry and myself. We don't take anybody with medical issues. If they try to send us an inmate with medical issues, we refuse them and they keep them. So unless it's something that they come in and it's unknown or it happens to them while they're here, it's generally no cost to us.
And we also share inmates with Cabarrus and Iredale. Sometimes that somebody that might have a history of working for us doesn't need to be in the county jail, or they might have something, and we don't even bill each other for that. And if it's medical, they have to come get their prisoner, and we have to go get ours. But we do swap out with other counties, just professional courtesy.
So we have felons, we only have about 6 felons at this point. Is everybody else a misdemeanor?
That's not,
We have 6 people that have been convicted in court of felonies.
Yeah.
And the state misdemeanors, we have that many that have been convicted of misdemeanor convictions. The rest of the population could be all over the place. I mean, we probably got 20 in jail for murder, pending murder.
Within the county.
Yes, ma'am. I don't know if it's as high as 20. It's probably close.
probably 17 to 20.
Oh, we've been a lot higher than that.
Yeah, we had 36 at one
So
time.
most of yours are people being held for trial,
Pre-trial.
pre-trial.
And even the 31 we have for the federal system,
How were you able to cut 118 people? I mean, assuming you usually would have the number of beds filled that you got, but now you're down to about 250.
well, really would be the 200 if we got rid of all the federal inmates and the sentenced inmates. It's just a combination of what COVID did. That's the only good thing about COVID. It did really get our numbers lower. Now, how many of those folks are going to reoffend? Bonds are lower, fewer people come to jail. The bondsmen have not been happy during this. They've had a hard time. There's a lot of things that just played into why people aren't coming to jail. The social unrest, we had nights where we were worried about everything getting torn up. We weren't out there enforcing law. And that's just gone on and on and on. Police departments endure everybody's endured that. This is not just Rowan County, it's every county in the state's jail population is falling off.
For several months, all the agencies in the county, including ours, we had a procedure put in place where they would bring their inmate, their prisoner, who has just been arrested, to our basement. We would send a nurse or an officer down to screen them, ask them the pertinent questions. If they screened in, that officer had to take them to the hospital and get tested, or wherever to get tested. If they screened out, then they could take them to the magistrate's office and get them incarcerated somewhere. But first, the magistrates were asked and cooperated to, if at all possible, give them a written promise, so they didn't have to bring anything into the jail that we couldn't detect. So there were a lot of things that changed, as well as the DA's office using their assistant district attorneys to get people in court. So that's how we went there.
So it sounds like bottom line, net, we're looking at about $150,000 increase.
That's what that's about what we're looking at. That's a big number when you look at last year compared to the new contract. Finding that 150,000 in the contract was a good thing. The other good thing about this company we're going to, we hope, they have 2 employees that have worked for other medical companies that worked in our facility and know our facility well. Now, they won't be here providing services, but one's in Charlotte and knows a whole lot about our facility.
And lives here.
So are they working in other, I assume you said earlier, we were kind of the guinea pig with the other company. Is this organization?
This company is well established.
And you've talked to other sheriff?
They have Mecklenburg County, so they know how to operate it. In fact, they've got enough help. If we fall flat on our face, I think they would. I don't want to speak out, but our conversations have been, we won't do without.
They've got 100 what I was told, they've got over 100 nurses at Mecklenburg County Jail. And if we needed 1 or 2, they wouldn't have a problem sending them here. It's
Short term.
We've been guaranteed that will not be a problem. I'm gun shy.
Yes.
Any other questions? Gentlemen, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Well, we're against lunch break here. So we take lunch, and, be back in a half hour. Talk about emergency services. No, sorry. Okay, we're back and running late now. So let's see, this is emergency services. We're supposed to start, you got 2 minutes. Welcome, Mr. Kress. How are you?
I'm good, sir. Hope everyone else is.
Good. We appreciate what you're doing. We hear all the time the good job you're doing.
Thank you. I'm waiting for the cursor to stop, so. Again, thank y'all for having me today. Got a couple things to go over with you. The first thing is the defibrillators or heart monitors for EMS side. I've got Division Chief Lenny Cooper with me, just in case y'all start asking me questions that I can't answer. Right now, we have a current inventory of 15 devices that are more than 6 years old. The majority of those units are from a lease that was executed in 2015. There's additional units that we bought as expansion of EMS stations and EMS units came into play. And we haven't purchased any additional devices into peak time, and we're requesting to update to a more device to have 16 instead of 15. The peak time is one that runs currently out of the South Rowan area, and they usually run 10 to 6. Thank you. So the Philips products that we currently have, that's the manufacturer's Philips, they're discontinued, they're reaching end of life, and they won't be supported by Philips beginning the 1st of February of next year. That's not uncommon, as y'all know, with a whole lot of electronics. It's not much different than anything else. Philips will support what we have with certain restrictions until the end of 2022. We won't be able to get therapy pads, therapy cables, and batteries. And also note the suppliers can provide these products as needed, but that's going to be on a limited basis the longer we keep the devices. Factory orders for batteries, therapy cables, and pads no longer submitted to after February 2nd, 2022. Factory service for the monitors, which are the MRXs, will continue until December 22. We do have a contract with a biomedical company that is currently servicing our units at this time. There's 3 primary manufacturers of cardiac monitors in the market today, and they have exclusive distribution channels with selected territories for the vendors. Due to pre-market approval, part of that, which is part of the FDA process, manufacturers working to update the technology found in the devices. And current technology is dated, and it relies primarily on Bluetooth, and it can be arduous at times depending on what we're doing and where we're at countywide. Some of the available devices now have the latest cloud-based and wireless technologies that will allow for remote updates and troubleshooting from the field so that you could fix things as problems arise. So what we're looking at is to try to provide the highest quality diagnostic tool available in order to extend to our citizens to give them the best care that's possible. The new devices will include what you see there in front of you. I'm not going to read all those for you, but it's a lot of things that can be very good for the patient. The biphasic defibrillation is not something new, but to let you know a little bit about that, that actually measures the thickness of your heart wall, so that if we have to shock you, we're giving the exact amount. It's called joules, but it's just a measure of electrical input into your body so we don't burn tissue, which used to happen a long time ago. Cardiac pacing is whenever we get you back and we're trying to keep the heart rate where it should be. That's what cardiac pacing does. The batteries are a lot better now than what they used to be, and they can have more power than what they have. And also another thing that the new devices can do is have data importation into our electronic health record system, which, as y'all know, we're working on the south end with Atrium Health to get that back online. So the newer devices offer a plug and play type platform where their options are added. There's no need for a service call. As I say, they could just add these things in the field into the firmware. And we prefer the option of adding video laryngoscope with the devices. It's a current tool added to the feature of the cardiac monitors that allow for storage of the data and related to the process and related to their health information. Video laryngoscopy is whatever we put in simple terms when we have to put a tube down somebody's throat to help them breathe. This gives us the ability to see that airway opening and where that tube is going down into them at. So we make sure we get it going into the right place and it doesn't drop into their lungs or doesn't go down far enough to where it's not a patent device or patent airway, and we're not doing what we should be doing. I don't want to say it makes it idiot proof, but it helps out a whole lot in that process. Other options that are available that we're hope to have in the RFP that we put out as options, ultrasound, which increases success, cardiac diagnostic, chest and abdominal trauma, and existing catheter position so that we know where we're supposed to be at. Carbon monoxide measurement, which is going to help us if we're on for someone that's involved in a structure fire or home heating incidents, any kind of burn type situations. And there is the possibility for telemedicine with built-in cameras. So we can, while we're in the field, we can transmit things back to the hospital so the doctor knows what they're getting into when we get there. And that, I think, Aaron, we figured 880,000 for that, I believe.
800 is what we've got right now.
800, okay.
What number did you say?
I thought it was 880. But it may have been 800, but I thought it was 880.
It is, you're right, I'm wrong, 880.
So what questions you have for us?
I just have a comment. I'm so glad that you're moving towards telemedicine. I think that is something that really gained strength during COVID, and one of those technologies that we're going to see used more and more in the future.
Alan, do your technicians, are they trained on all this?
I'll let you answer that.
The short answer is no. The technologies that we don't currently have, like the upgraded video laryngoscopy that would be available, they would need additional training on the change. Telemedicine is something we don't have any training on. We have we have audio recording on the current devices, and there's nothing for that except you turn the machine on, it records. So there's no additional training there, but for the video portion, there would need to be training. And the training to upgrade the employees to be able to use it is included in purchase price, no matter who the manufacturer is.
That's what I want to find out, is if we have money there to train these technicians once the equipment arrives.
Yes, the training, all the manufacturers provide training for the equipment, including the price of the purchase.
Okay, thank you.
Alan, who do you sit down with in the medical field to talk about all of these devices that we have no earthly idea what you're doing and whether we should be even getting into some of this with people that are not physicians? Because, I mean, it's so technical, we wouldn't have any idea what you're talking about with doing these things. Who do you get advice from, or do you make that decision?
In the pre-COVID world, we was able to go to conventions and stuff and see the equipment for ourselves and see what it could do. And then bring those manufacturers in and let them present to us, and we can make an evaluation based on what their product was and what it could do. And we would have to come up with our evaluation, and I wasn't here then, so on this side of it, so I think I was getting where I've been told what we've done in the past.
Yeah, that's what we've done in the past. see the products. We talk to people that use the various products that are available. What we have done in the past, each time we make this purchase or lease, is brought in the competitive products, brought in demos, keep a particular device for 2 or 3 weeks, move it from truck to truck, give people an opportunity to use it, and then bring in another manufacturer and do the same thing with their device and look at what's available. Primarily 3 products available right now, and go through those, let the crews, see what the options are, and then go through the process of making.
I'm not talking about whether the devices work or not. My question is, how far should we go with these things that sound to me like they need to be supervised by somebody with more training than our first responders here?
Right. I mean.
The next thing would be our medical director and getting advice from him.
So has he gone over these things?
He hasn't, I don't think he's seen this RFP yet, has he?
He has not seen this one.
But we do have an RFP ready, and we can get it to him to get his opinion on it.
Is there a better way of spreading out investment like this? Kind of about it all, or we've got 15 units, we want 16. We're gonna spend almost $900,000 all at once, replacing all of them. Is that just the nature of it, or in this case, is there a better plan of replacing them over time so we don't get hit all at once with something?
If I may answer that, there are other ways, and this is probably paying cash is probably, well, I can't speak for other communities, but the position we found ourselves in by doing it another way is not advantageous to the county. Now, we can finance it, but in the budget presentation, I'll show you where there's some restricted public safety capital money that will help this year. But under a maintenance agreement, at the end of the term, the last time we didn't even own the machines, and we had to buy the machines. So yeah, there's other ways. If we didn't have the capital quarter-cent sales tax that'll be talked about later, what we were going to do with this is finance it directly with the bank. The companies do offer, and I can't remember what they call them, a lease buyout, a lease without a buyout, and at the end of the day, in my opinion, it was not a very good deal for the county. So the best deal is if you got the cash, pay for it. Second best is go ahead and buy them and get borrow the money to pay for them. And the last preferable would be to lease it from the company, because we found ourselves in they get to end of life, you get pressured into sales, and it just, I think the best way for the county is to where when they do become end of life next time, we own them, and there's not a leasing company that is a LLC, hypothetically, of another company that's dictating what we can and can't do. Because we found ourselves kind of in a situation to where we had to buy these machines. We spent what, $70,000?
Yeah, yes.
For the current ones we
Yeah,
have.
it was.
And that may
68,000.
end up being a bad decision, or it may be advantageous. It may put us in a more it may put us in a more competitive position to get bids from all the companies, knowing that we now don't really have to have you. Because they get into, we're going to buy you out and we're going to give you cash for this, and ends up that they really weren't worth anything because we didn't really own them, and it was just, I think I've answered your question.
What do we do with these now, the old ones?
What was the last price we had on them? $1,000 a piece. We actually purchased one from our general budget just to have for parts, because the company we got doing the maintenance on them now, they charge us for parts. So the $1,000 a piece, it was better for us to buy one and a half for parts and for them to use it. So when they come into life, they're almost boat anchors.
880,000, 16 of them, it's $55,000 each.
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Greg,
Any,
were you also asking earlier, were you asking if in the future instead of buy them all at once, can you buy a couple per year kind of thing?
Well, I mean, it's like our third. You know, we determined it was so costly if we waited 3 years or 5 years or whatever we do to review our structure, right? So we're doing a third every year. So is there a way in $1 million projects like this that
There is, but the company, like Alan said, there's three. And they're all very competitive, and they have these maintenance agreements and calibration. I don't know if that's the right word, but basically to ensure that the machine you have, you know, provides the best service possible. And even the ones we bought just to get out of the contract, so we could own them, we're still paying a maintenance fee. And I use the word calibration. What is the right word, Lenny?
They are calibrated.
Calibrated.
Yeah, they are calibrated.
So all these things to make sure they're in compliance and that the patient is getting the best care of a machine that works. We are paying that now, but I think we're using a third party. We're not using, since we're out from underneath the lease. So if we did a third, or a half and a half, you would still have the maintenance on those machines, and then you have the maintenance on the new machines that would, I don't know if it comes with it or you end up paying for it, but what you have is you have, because those are great questions, and they can tell you I've asked them every way possible. But what happens is you've got different paramedics on different shifts, and they're learning how to use different tools. And if you do a third, or a half, you've got paramedics switching from one technology to another technology, and the companies, their goal is to make sure they're different. You know, when they release new machines, they're not like the old ones, and they're going to do different things. So you could do it, but it could affect, in all sincerity, it could affect patient care, because paramedics would be switching back and forth between machines. And it even gets down to some of the machines do certain things that some don't, to where one machine we looked at, if you're EMT paramedic, you're licensed to use it. But if you're just an EMT, not paramedic, you can't do a certain function on it. And that's not really, it's just,
you're taking my idiot proof out of it.
huh?
You're taking my idiot proof out of it.
The what?
The idiot proof. You're taking that out of it for me.
Training. How long is it trained?
let the record show that the commissioners weren't saying.
I know. Commissioner Green.
The training process for somebody, what's the length of time before you get somebody trained on this thing?
You done it last time?
Well, the training for the basics of any device is covered in their initial education, and we review it a couple times throughout each year. When we get a new device, they come in, we bring the trainers from the company in, and they do whatever the company feels like is appropriate, whether it's 3 hours of familiarization or 5 hours or whatever. And we put them out there and we let them run parallel with the current device so that they have a fallback if they have an issue. for a period of time, usually 30 days. And then at the end of that 30-day period, the old device goes away and everybody should be properly trained and fluent, for lack of a better term, on the new device.
And I guess one analogy I would use is in doing a third is suppose you had a brand new iPhone and a 7-year-old, what are the other ones called? Droids? Android. And you knew how to work both of them, but you liked one better and one was a lot newer. And every morning when you woke up, somebody randomly selected which one you're going to get to carry that day. And when you pull it out of your pocket to send your email or to text, you're like, oh gosh, now I got the iPhone, which button? And you don't want a paramedic when they're getting ready to save your life to be like, we got this machine today. No, they shouldn't, but you see what I'm saying?
At his point.
But because these new devices are touchscreen, just like an iPhone. So, one button might be on one machine in one corner and on the other another. So they need to be using the same machine all the time because it could slow down things and there could be errors.
Mike, did you have anything else? No. Jim brings up a good question. There's always options and add-ons and all that, and that means, I'm guessing, more money.
Yes, sir.
So I think what Jim is saying is, before we add on all the extra bells and whistles, medical director says, yeah, that's something we really got to have.
Yeah, and there may be options on there that we don't want because we don't have, these folks are trained to a certain level and this thing may exceed that level of education that would put the whole county at risk from a liability suit.
Yeah.
Something we can do, I did this one time with stretchers, when Stryker had created a new stretcher. Before a commissioners meeting one night, we could have each, because the companies, they won't sell them. They'll be more than happy, to let us have one. We can have out in the hall, each machine set up.
Could we?
Well, no, but you can go by and just look at them and then we'll have our old, the ones we're currently using and you'll see kind of what the technology is. It wouldn't take up a meeting of presentations. They would just be here for y'all to look at if you want to. And if you have questions about them, because some of them are pretty neat. This cutting edge technology, and we'd be more than happy to do that.
And if the chairman really wants to get defibrillated, we can do it.
Well, I was going to ask if maybe the leftovers, you could put one under each of our desks here, just so.
Because there's only 3 brands. And they're all very similar.
And to Commissioner Green's comment, those options, because some of the technology is plug and play, ultrasound is not something that we're using broadly in pre-hospital medicine with EMS right now. But in the future, if we chose to have it, because it would be plug and play, then we'd be coming back and saying, we'd like to add ultrasound, it would become a budgetary item, and then you could say yes or no. So that's the advantage of the plug and play.
Hey, are we done with that? Could you it just occurred to me, is there any update on our friends to the north process with the hospitals coming?
To the south, Atrium. We have a meeting.
He said it, not us.
There's another meeting about strength support, but the last update I got from Mr. Bowe was last week that they were still progressing forward. They hadn't made any significant change in their progress, and it was going to be the end of this month or the first of next month. So.
Satisfactory with you? Do you feel like you're moving
better than we were?
Yeah.
I think they're probably moving as fast as they can.
Because this isn't just, my understanding, this isn't just them agreeing. There's got to be some technology change.
That was the biggest cause of the delay, was them catching up to the technology they were supposed to be at. We learned whenever Mr. Bowe and his team came down that I believe they moved in from Texas. His team moved in from Texas and they had no idea this was going on until we brought it to his attention. His subordinates wasn't letting them know anything about it.
Good faith position now.
Yeah, I think so. I believe we are. And to better define my idiot statement, so I don't get in trouble with my employees, we're very protocol and procedurally based. So the more we can get them exactly what they're supposed to do with the machines that they have in front of them, the better off we're going to be.
I think we knew.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank y'all. Any more questions?
Thank you, guys. Appreciate y'all. You doing radio too?
Yes, sir. April took it away from me, so. All right. And many thanks to April. I sent her a Word document and she turned it into a PowerPoint for me that I wasn't expecting, but it's a very good PowerPoint.
And Alan, before you get started, if I could just introduce, this is the first item we're talking about, that this was supposed to happen last year. So this was postponed. Sometimes things work out for the best because I think we're going to be able to do the whole project now. Whereas before it was going to be a phase 1 and a phase 2 and prices could have went up, but based on the quarter-cent public safety sales tax, I think we're going to be able to move forward with the whole thing. But this is something that we've talked about, had consultants in, approved. It was just delayed. So this is kind of to bring us up to speed about what we've talked about and what we're going to recommend in this year's budget to do.
Right. And the last presentation, actually, myself and Randy gave a presentation, that was, when was it, 2019, I believe, Randy, something like that. So I'm not doing the whole presentation over again. I try to condense it down and just give you the Reader's Digest version of it. So I know y'all have other things to do than sit there and listen to me talk. There we go. So a couple of things that we're trying to get done with this process, and also to bring in where I'm at with consultants right now. I've been speaking with the consultants on a weekly basis for probably about the last month and a half. I got the go ahead from Aaron to start the conversations back up. So that's where we're at right now. So a couple of things that we're trying to get done with the system and with the purchase of radios. One of the things is establishing a geographically diverse prime site. The prime site is where I say our radio system because it is, we own it with Salisbury as well with their equipment. Salisbury owns the prime site, which is the major brain of the radio system, which is basically nothing but a computer system. So they own the prime site, which has nothing to do with what I'm getting ready to say, but we're looking at putting another prime site in the Cleveland area at Young's Mountain. That prime site would keep us up and going in case something happened to the Salisbury's computer. So it gives us redundancy within the system to keep everything up and going for us. Our system is a 20-channel, 800 megahertz system. It is one of the largest in the state, and it's one of the most robust in the state. Up until a couple of years ago, Charlotte-Mecklenburg only had 16 channels, where we've had 20 channels for a very long time now. So the estimated cost of that diverse prime site is around $450,000, and it eliminates a single point of failure for the whole system. Just stop me or gather your questions up when we get done. The next thing I would like to do, I'll put a little cartoon sketch up here on the board for you. Currently, with the county, we own the High Rock site, South Radiant site, and the tower. We don't own the tower, but our equipment is on Young's Mountain off the lease tower. Granite Quarry site here is owned by Salisbury. So part of their system is here. It transmits, if you would key up a radio, it transmits out and it hits the South Radiant Tower site, the High Rock site, and the Young's Mountain site. Well, with putting a microwave ring around the system, right now we have 3 points of failure. So if we lost Young's Mountain, the system would still work, but it wouldn't have as much power as what it used to. So you're going to have dead spots that we almost 98% eliminated now with putting that tower up there. But if we had the ring to keep it going, it would, even if that went out, it would still bounce from tower to tower. So it creates a network around it to make sure that we're still going. Same way with the redundant prime site.
So you're saying we have 98% coverage in the county now?
Yes, sir.
Are these towers?
Yes, sir.
Where's the High Rock Tower?
If now you just built a house down there, and I was on the lake Sunday. If you're at the Shrine Club and you go around the corner there and look back to the south, that's our tower. We own the tower, and we share the state Viper system, their radio system. They actually pay for all the maintenance and everything on that tower site. But we own the land that it's sitting on. And they put the tower up, and we're able to put all of our equipment on that tower site for nothing. The only thing we have to do, I believe, is just keep up the road to get road access to get into it.
Sure.
Panther Point.
You know what I'm thinking.
There's an issue because of it being state like our site.
But I thought he said we owned it.
No, we own the land. Depending on how high that tower had to be, we could put a smaller tower site down there, though. We do have enough property to do it on. We own an 800 by 800 footprint. And it's at Panther Creek, that subdivision off the rivers where it's at, off of Brigham Ferry.
So will the addition at Young's Mountain increase the percentage of our coverage? Or is this just a backup system?
That's just a backup system. 98%, if we can maintain that, which we do a pretty good job maintaining that, that's very good. We used to,
Arguing
yeah.
that situation. I just want if that would give us any additional.
No, sir,
Whatever you call it.
Yeah, it maintains the reliability of the system. That's what it's doing. So back to Young's Mountain. Currently, we lease from American Towers a spot on their tower there. It's costing us somewhere around $3,600 a month to do that. The county owns 4 acres of land right beside that tower site, and I got your picture up here, and picture in front of you. If you're looking at that, the county owns property to the right of that smaller tower, right on top of the mountain. 4 acres on the very top of it. So to take that monthly amount away from us, and where we could eventually own it, and possibly have something that could be either for revenue generation or for fixed broadband service in that area. Randy and I have talked about that several times. We're proposing to build another tower beside of it, and we're estimating the cost to be around $550,000. And we'd be able to move from the building we have there now. We could just move our stuff out of it and put it into our building that we put there. So we're trying to save a whole lot of money in the long run. After, I think at some point it would pay for itself. There's a service agreement contract. I have it here and I may have it somewhere else, but our service agreement contract ends with Motorola on the last of December of this year. So that's something that we'll need a consultant to help us with to get the best price we can on what we're doing. Currently, we pay right at $200,000 a year. It's $196,000 some change, I believe. And part of that is paid for by the state 911 funds. So we can pay for right now we're paying for about $48,000 of that almost $200,000 contract with state 911 funds. I'm sure it's going to go up because we are adding some infrastructure to it, but I think with the consultant's help, we can hold it down. So some things that we're hoping to do with this whole project, adding GPS or AVL operations for the radio equipment for the portable radios. What that does is when the officer gets out of his vehicle, say he's chasing somebody on foot or he's out in the woods somewhere, we're able to track where he's at whenever he gets out of his car. Currently, we can track their cars based off their computer, but with this, we'll be able to actually track the portable that they have on their hip. With this, we're looking at replacing the end of support, which they went out a year or so ago. in support on one of our Motorola radios. And back in 2012, 2013, we bought the newer Motorola radios for the fire departments, and they're called Model A's. Well, much like the cardiac monitors, now we have Model B's. The Model B's is a whole different platform technology than what the Model A's were. If you open one and the other up, the insides don't even look like each other. So the Model A series will go, AN series, they'll go out of support by 2023. And currently unverified inventory, but pretty close, is around 1,460 portables that will have to be replaced. And that's pretty much takes care of almost everything in the county. There are some that's not going to have to be replaced that have the newer technology in them. So we're somewhere around 1,460. And I am working with the federal engineer, who is our consultant, for the RFP process for our needs for public safety personnel in the county.
Is that all the radios?
By the time I get done with this presentation, yes, sir. I think we can do everything. All right, and I'm also hoping, I spoke with Randy this morning, I'm hoping we can replace all the existing mobile radios. This was what the manager was talking about with phase 1 and phase 2. But I run some numbers today, and I think I'll get really close to what we need to be able to do and replace the mobiles as well.
What do you have?
Money or numbers?
Numbers.
713 mobiles.
No. Total dollar amount today.
Right now, today, I was at 10.8 when I figured.
That's close.
And that should get us replacing almost everything that we need to replace for portable and mobile radios. The only thing I didn't figure in with that was the installation of the mobiles, and I have no idea what that would cost. So I have estimated budgetary costs of 10.5. When Aaron and I was talking the other day, that's where we was at, but I did run 10.8. But with the consultant's help, I think we can hopefully knock some of that money out. So I already talked about the Motorola contract, and like I said, federal engineering we're talking, we have a meeting, a Teams meeting tomorrow to talk about our next steps. And the only other caveat to this is I would be asking the agencies and departments to pay for their own accessories. We would be buying the radios and the batteries and the chargers.
That's where I was. This, would you say it was 14?
12, 13.
Bought all voluntary fire departments, all municipalities, fire departments, and police departments.
No, sir, we had, well, if you ask them, they're hand-me-downs, but they weren't about 1.5 years, 2 years old that we gave to the police departments. And those are ones that are really starting to go out of service now for us.
So, we're mimicking that again, where we're buying from municipalities and fire departments. And my guess is the logic is you don't want fire departments on separate systems because.
Well, no, actually what we're doing, the whole county will be affected by that, because one of the things that we have to keep up with, unfortunately, is surrounding county and the state. The state is going to phase 2 technology on all the radio systems, and we do have their system on our radios. So part of that is upgrading our radio system, not system, but the portables and the mobiles, so that we can stay on that platform with them. Because we've used their radio system to tie into our radio system for numerous events in the past couple of years, especially with the civil unrest things and any large hazmat incidents or anything like that goes on. So we're hoping, as we've been in the past, and the radios that we have now are probably getting really close to about 20 years old. Some of them are, that we're hoping this will last 12 to 15 years. And y'all will be talking to another director about that. Yeah. Not yet. But I don't have that long.
What's to prevent these current radios being, quote, obsolete in 6 years? I mean, that's what they've done with some of these other radios is, they, like you're saying, the platform A, now the platform B is going to take its place because you can't transfer those parts to the other. 12 to 15 years in electronics is a lifetime.
It's a very long time. And I wish I could tell you something to make you feel better, but I can't.
Well, I just want to make the taxpayers feel better,
I know.
not me.
I wish I could. I really wish I could, but with the Model B radios have only been out, I think, by about 3 years, I believe. So with Motorola, usually you can get about 10 to 12 years out of the radios before they just decide that you need to pay them more money to get more radios. It's not a good feeling. I wish I could give you, the citizens and you, a better feeling about that, but there's no way to do that. It's technology. Technology changes all the time.
Is there a way to prioritize who gets the radios? What I mean by that is, I was on the board when we agreed the first time to do this, and it was a hard struggle for me because of the cost. And then I find out that with some of our volunteer fire departments that if you join the fire department, you get a radio. And I'm sitting there going, really? We're handing radios out like suckers now to anybody that wants to be in emergency services, whether they're trained or not. And the idea that I was told was so that when there's an alarm, the radio goes off, not the station. Well, that's not true out in my area because I hear it all the time. So is there not a way to prioritize who gets these radios? Because, somebody that just came on the volunteer fire department, God bless them for doing it, but do they really deserve an $8,000 radio just because he wants to be on the fire department now?
To answer that question, I can go back to when I ran our fire department. My people usually didn't get a radio until they had some type of training. Now, if they were EMT when they came on the department, yes, sir, I handed them the radio.
Absolutely, they need one.
And just right now with the contracts in the county, that's up to the fire chief of that department. And the way we're replacing them is we're replacing them on a one-to-one basis. Based
Well, I
off of
guess
what
my
inventory they
question,
have.
could we not look at each individual volunteer fire department and assess how many people are actually there and allocate X number of radios and let the chief decide who needs it more than the next guy? I mean,
I would think that that's the way the board decided to do it. Yes, sir.
well, this is an awful big luxury, I guess is what I'm saying, for people that aren't trained and, might be there a year and then leave. This is not the time to be exorbitant, I guess is the word.
Right.
I just think we need a little better system to evaluate who's going to get a radio and who's not. And I'll leave that up to you guys, but that's just kind of my take on it.
Yeah. And
A lot of them don't get radios, they get pagers. I'm sure you've seen the pagers.
Yeah.
Usually, like he was saying, it's sort of leaders and people that are going to be responding a lot. I don't think they give them to everyone who just shows up. Plus, they also buy, if I'm not mistaken, some departments buy their own radios.
They have.
Outside of here. And so
Well, I'd just like to see the distribution system. I'd like to be able to see how they evaluate who gets a radio of this cost, just so that I know that it's being done properly.
I think, because I know this has been going on for a couple of years, we've got big packets of information before. I think before we even finally vote on this, we'll probably be getting something like that, won't we? Of which departments are getting what.
I can. Yes, sir.
That would help me if you could, please.
Yeah. And a lot of departments, they put them on the seated positions for their trucks. They're actually in the trucks instead of giving them to the ones that are, it really just depends upon the makeup of the department.
And I understand that was to update the vehicle correspondence instead of buying a radio for the truck and then a radio for the person.
Yes, sir.
The radio would be in the truck to eliminate that other piece.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Alan, 3 of us weren't on the board when this happened and Greg and Mike can talk about this too. What's the reasoning behind the county buying radios?
Back in 12 and 13, I believe that's when the quarter cent sales tax just came in. I believe it was because it was it was a countywide sales tax, so it affected everybody, not just the individual municipalities.
So we're getting that 1/4 cent sales tax, and so that's,
Mhm.
Alan, on the, you said that the new function will be the GPS for the handhelds.
Mhm.
Are they, I think I mentioned this before, but are we going to give them extended batteries with those?
I have to review and see whether that does take more battery. I think you and I have talked about that before, but if it does, the battery's just a little bit bigger battery. You don't usually, not a whole lot more cost of it.
I think because I had to get an extended battery because mine kept dying with the regular battery that we had. So I didn't know if those were something we were looking at.
Yeah,
Providing or not.
I haven't seen this technology yet in a comm center. I can call around and see if I can find somebody that's got it though. Do they have the AVL in Charlotte?
They do. Yeah, they do.
I can call the captain down there and talk to him.
There's, of course, a ways to turn it off too, but. But the batteries, the extended batteries are just, a little bit bigger, a little
Yeah.
thicker than the other ones.
God almighty.
If there aren't any more questions on that particular issue, I have a separate thing.
Yes, ma'am.
It's been mentioned to me by some of our volunteer firefighters that they would really like to see the county have the property number right on the road, so they know exactly where they're going. I know
We're talking about on the highway, on the street?
on the street, yeah. So I don't know if there's, I've seen some around the county, but not everywhere. But it just saves time for emergency personnel to find that specific address. And I'm just wondering if there was ever any conversation about doing that countywide. It's just a little metal sign with the specific number, address number, not the whole,
I've seen that in some of my travels, but nobody's ever approached me here in this county about that. I'd have to look into that for you
yeah.
and see how we could do that. I'm not sure the road maintenance, how that would work when they come and pave the road.
Well, it would be on the private property next to the road,
Okay.
but close enough to the road that it's a reflective sign, so the lights will catch it.
Yeah, my department actually sells them for the mailboxes and everything to put on them there. But that'd be a conversation I'd have with Ed Muir to, because we'd have to have a county ordinance to be able to enforce that.
Word. Do you have to have house numbers?
All right. Thank y'all again for having me.
Gasoline's over there, 50 cents. So it's gonna be $4 a gallon here by summer, you count. Everybody buys gasoline, must make more than $400,000. They gonna need to have it to be able to buy it.
Okay, so this is the budget overview, part of the presentation, and the first thing is a disclaimer, because normally we, in non-COVID years, our work session would have been earlier in the year. This time it's later, and we have a lot more information than we normally would, but the disclaimer is that this isn't the budget. The budget's not done, and there may be substantial errors in some of these numbers. Specifically, when I get into talking about the amount of COVID money received by the schools, in fact, that has changed in the last 2 hours from RCC. So already what's in here is not I know for a fact is not right, but last night I thought it was based on a calculation. But so this is to a degree, a lot of the numbers are estimates. I hope they are as close to accurate as possible, but the final budget will definitely not be a draft, and there will not be a disclaimer on it. It will be it'll be correct. The first slide is just the kind of the theme for the year. And before that, the budget will be completed by May 31st, and I plan to present it to the board on June 5th, but everyone will have a copy of it by May 31st or before, hopefully much earlier than that. But we'll provide an electronic copy and also a hard copy for the commissioners. Just a few headlines, and I think kind of what's interesting about these is they were all written in the last 4 or 5 days. So, the first one is Everything Screams Inflation, Wall Street Journal. The other one, Bloomberg, Inflation Intensifies with Supply Shortages. The Hill, Inflation Stalks the U.S. Economy. Then on the right, I have one from Fox News that says Yellen says interest rates may need to rise to stop economy from overheating. And then one from CNN that says prices will rise because of stimulus, but that won't last, Janet Yellen says. But all news outlets are saying the same thing, that there's going to be inflation. Now, how long that lasts or what it looks like, is up for debate. But the headlines are a little different, but not tremendously different. And last weekend, when Warren Buffett had his, I think it's his annual report, he said that he saw substantial inflation, and that they're going to be raising prices. So
we got more trillions coming too. So.
Yeah, so
it's not going to get better.
So with the increase in revenue that you're going to see, and money from the federal government, I think you're also going to see inflation. How high inflation goes is anybody's guess. But the next slide just gives you an example of what I am projecting for fuel cost in the county. Hopefully I'm wrong, but I'm going to project 100% increase in gasoline from last year to this year. So you can look at the number going from what was estimated last year, 600,000, well, it's over 100% increase, I guess, from what was estimated in 2021. And you see what the directors requested, 680, and I'm recommending $1,361,596. It may be a little lower. I think a few of the departments, specifically the sheriff, at the time of doing this graph, we had 130% increase for him, but we may take that down to 100. So I wanted you to see this before we get into what you may consider good news, or maybe not, depending on the cost of goods. You know, it's all relative. If gasoline doubles, I can tell you our budget's not doubling and our revenue's not doubling. So, hopefully that won't be right. But if that projection is anywhere close to being right, that means when families are going to the beach or the lake this summer, that means when they stop and fill up the gas tank, it may be $4 a gallon versus $2, what it was back in January or in the winter.
So is that like a forecast from some of these organizations that you quoted?
No.
That the gasoline will go up to $4 or?
That's my forecast for the budget.
So I know that it's gone way down because we were under $2 for.
Right.
Now we're up to about, what, 250, 260?
260 yesterday on the way to work. I remember seeing it.
Yeah, I saw 252 last night. So anyway, is some of that, once again, supply chain? Is it, I guess I'm kind of trying to understand why you're estimating that much more compared to, I don't know when the last time our gas price was close to $4.
Right.
What year, but how that compares to the price increase. Do you remember what year it was?
I think it was 2007 or 8 when it went to 5.
I bought gas at $4 a gallon in 2016.
Okay, thanks.
But if you remember the time back in right around the housing crisis when gasoline went up, there were a couple of weeks where you were limited on how much you could get. But I think it got up to close to maybe 5 around that time. I can remember where I was living, I went and filled up all the gas tanks that we had.
Well, these are supply and demand issues, not political, although political controls in some instances the issues of supply and demand. So you've got an economy that is coming back to life. In my industry, in Jim's industry, in 2020, insurance rates went down quite a bit, and most companies refunded premiums to policyholders because there's a lot less driving. Companies took in a lot of profit based on the predicted risks before the pandemic. But as the economy comes back to life, people start driving and hitting each other more and more accidents. So rates are going back up. So that's predictable. Well, the same thing is going to occur with gas. So as demand is driven up by folks going back to work, but yet at the same time, supply is being cut, and that's where some politics plays into it, then this is what you're going to see, unless we just start buying supply from other countries. So it's just basic economics, it's supply and demand. Demand's going up, and we are having supply.
Well, Aaron, I'd rather you have it budgeted high than budgeted low. I mean, if things hold true and we don't get to these kind of cost factors, that's a plus. But if we budget low, and the next thing you know, we're doing budget amendments in January for $500,000 to pay for fuel, where's that coming from?
Yeah, so, yeah, and you know, cruise lines have been shut down. You know, a lot of people didn't travel last year here to the beach, so you're gonna have, you know, hopefully you're gonna have with the vaccine, you're gonna have things return exactly the way they were, and things are gonna be moving around. Yeah, I understand, and another thing to keep in mind is we're not in this fiscal year yet, and prices have already went up from 2 to 250. I mean, they could be 3 by the time we adopt this budget, and if they're 350 by June, we may need to go back and go up 150%. You know, because you know, part of my job is to make sure that we're going to make it through the year with the money we have. Hopefully I'm wrong. Gas doesn't go up that high. The worst case scenario is if it does, we'll have extra money.
So this is $4 or
That is just, all that is a 100% increase over what we spent last year, or what was budgeted last year. Or it may be, I'm sorry, of what was requested.
Yeah, 22 plus it was 680, and this 143.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so the next slide is the request, and since we've already talked about how much it would increase taxes, I thought I would do a little bit different this year and show how this would affect a normal household if the median income is $68,000. And that was on something I found online from 2019. But last year, our adopted budget was $153,500,000. The requested budget this year is $373,145. That's a $175 million increase. Approximately 100% increase is what's been requested. If you were to do that, for the average median household income of the citizens of Rowan County, if they were to do what has been requested, that would mean their salary would double. What's been requested of the county is to double what we spent last year. And so I used the median household income just as an illustration that everyone's income doubling is not very likely. Similarly, the budget doubling is not very likely.
Aaron, where did this huge increase of requests come from? I mean, the county departments haven't had to double their cost to operate. So where's this big number coming from? Who's making this big request?
We're going to get to that, but in large part, it's education.
Okay.
But we do have some large requests. You know, in the sheriff's office, they have a pretty large request. EMS has a pretty large request. Some of that stuff, some of the stuff is the stuff that's needed is going to have to be done. Luckily, I think there may be a solution on how to address some of the public safety stuff this year. But I don't believe any county department is going up as requested 100%. The lowest request from the education is 300% increase. The highest is 1,740% increase. But that's about 5 slides away But keep in mind, that's the request, that's not the recommended. So the next slide is on revenue. I left the county's names out because Siobhan, she's worked really hard on this and did a good job. But in case the managers change their mind, I don't want to, put them on the spot because they were kind enough to give us what they thought they were going to do. And the average of the counties we surveyed are going to project sales tax at 23% above what they budgeted last year. Okay. That sounds astronomical, right?
Nope.
Okay. One thing to keep in mind is most of these counties, just like Rowan County, we cut our sales tax last year in anticipating the, COVID-19. And I remember giving a presentation with an electronic video we had made showing businesses closing, sales tax plummeting, projections from Kiplinger, that no inflation, things are going down. So everyone cut everything. So really what you're kind of looking at, still high, but it's really kind of about, if I didn't average what they budgeted last year, what the decrease was, but if it was what we did, you're looking at probably an average of about 13% increase over what would have been had COVID-19 not been here. Now, here's the important thing to note is that in a budget you have, and when you get the recommended budget, we have columns, and we'll have actual, a column that says actual, and that's what we booked in the audit. And then you'll have original, which is what was requested, and then what was recommended. So the counties we surveyed, if you go back and look at their projected sales tax revenue over the 2020 actuals, and that's because the 21 actuals aren't in yet, the average is 3.4%. So although it looks high from the original budgets, the average on what actually was collected in 2020 before COVID existed, well, no, I guess it existed in COVID-19, but it's 3.4% over is the average. The highest projection over the last year from the county survey is a 44% increase over originals. And that particular county, and I won't call the counties out, is a county that is in a metropolitan area that has got lots of shopping. So I suspect their manager and finance folks are looking at point of sale. I can tell you, we have not finalized our projection, but it is not going to be 44%, and it's not going to be 34%. It's going to probably be between 20, maybe between 18 and 25 or 26. The lowest that we saw was 10%. Now these numbers really, what they mean, not a whole lot, because this is over what different managers budgeted last year, and who knows how much they actually cut or underestimated revenues. So, and here's the interesting one. The highest 2020, the highest that we've seen a manager that's going to recommend is 15% over what they actually collected in 2020. That's pretty high. The lowest is negative 9%, and I don't understand that unless maybe we made a typographical error. I don't quite understand why they're doing that. There may be something going on in that county that would cause them to do that. But as you can see, the negative 19 the negative 9 is nowhere near the 3.4 average. So you're going to see in the budget you're gonna see a huge increase in sales tax, more than I've ever seen. And it's, personally and professionally, it's scary to even recommend numbers this high. And you ask about the gas, that's why I want to go back and make sure, wait, if we're gonna budget this much in revenue, what I've never seen in my lifetime, and, you know, I'm only 25, and, you know, older managers, did y'all not catch that?
I caught it. I was wondering what number you were talking about.
Yeah. I mean, you know, managers that are 60 or 70, they're saying this, they've never seen this before. They know the numbers are real, but it's scary that you're going to recommend to a governing body to pass a budget on numbers like this. But at the same token, you got to do kind of what the numbers are showing you. If we're all wrong, then we're wrong. But it really looks like things are continuing to go. I mean, you know, every month it's exceeding. When it's going to stop, we don't know. So that's just to kind of give you a little summary of the revenue, something to expect. You know, I think it would be better news if it was increasing by, you know, 2% and inflation wasn't, you know, looking us straight in the mirror, because that's what's scary is we don't know how much things are going to cost. The next slide. This is the Randy, I want to come back to this because this is kind of out of place. Just go to the next slide. Stay on the actual budget. So the debt analysis, what should come as a relief to you, and before I get to that, I will point out that if you see what's in blue is estimated, which is new, and there is 15 million that we currently have for the West End Plaza for a capital project. And that is the debt service on a capital project at the West End Plaza. That's what that's for, okay? Now, if you scroll down, here is where you see the very last one in bold, paid quarter-cent sales tax. This is the good news. The debt for the satellite jail that was built in 2010 and the communications is going to be paid off. As you'll see in 2022, our last debt payment for 911 is going to be paid off. So with that said, what we have added, the $577,000 will take care of $10.5 million worth of radios. Okay. So there is money available. There is that and more. There is money for additional capital projects for public safety. So what Alan just talked about, the big numbers, even including the 800, because this board has been, you've been prudent and fiscally responsible. You haven't used your quarter-cent sales tax for stuff that's not related to public safety. Because of that, you have a revenue stream that we're projecting is going to be about $3.9 million this upcoming year. No, that is the Article 46 sales tax. I mean, the Article 46 sales tax. So if you'll go to the next page, Randy, Let me make sure that's the number I've got in the. Yeah, so what we are projecting for Article 46, which is what is reserved for public safety, we are projecting this coming year that we will receive 3.9 million. And the only thing that's going to be paid out is the 490, which is the last payment on the communications facility, and half of the debt service for everything Alan talked about in regards to radios. Now, the next year it goes up to 1.1. But we're projecting to bring in 3.9. Okay, so if you go to the next page, and before I address this, a lot of times you'll see in the budget, not the budget, in the audit, the auditors talk about, you know, this is, which they use new words now, and I don't know what they call it, assigned or unassigned, but the old term is, this is restricted, this is not restricted, this is unrestricted, this is available. Normally, what you'll see in Rowan County's budget is when we balance the budget with fund balance appropriation, we use unrestricted. Last year, we used approximately 900,000 in restricted funds to balance the budget, which means we have not been spending restricted money. We've spent some restricted money because we spent 900,000, but we haven't been balancing the budget with restricted money. It's the next slide, Randy.
This one here?
No. That one right there. Okay, so this shows you that the ending balance in this restricted or unassigned, I mean, not unassigned, restricted or assigned revenue at the end of the year is going to be 3.1 million. We're projecting to add another 3.9 million to it. So when Greg asked about, you know, is there a way to finance the heart monitors? You know, normally that's what we were going to do. When we looked at this number and we saw what's accumulating in this quarter 6 sales tax, we came up with a plan. If the board is okay with it, we'll recommend this, and that is to pay for public safety capital. And if we pay for all this stuff in this year's budget, including the debt service on the $10 million worth of new radios, we should still have $1.3 million left in this. And if a new capital project doesn't come up, a huge one for public safety in the next year, we could do this again. But if we can't, we can't. But this is the 1 year that you can do this. And so what we have listed, we have 3 ambulances. Normally, what we would do with ambulances is we finance them. This would be paying cash for the ambulances. We would be a fire chief vehicle, pay cash for it. The heart monitors, pay cash for it, for them. Other small equipment, EMS, $22,230. All the sheriff's cars, equipment and installation, $910. Animal service needs a vehicle, $31,000. Court facility, roof and carpet, $431,000. Now the next 3, Randy, you'll have to pronounce and explain.
All right. Well, this is basically the things that run the jail. This is the control room for the jail. So this is what gives them the ability to see individuals moving through, open and unlock doors. So I can pronounce them, but really doesn't matter. That's just what it does. I did, Aaron note, there might be some increases. I did ask Harold this morning, if he received back pricing. So there may be some variances in pricing, but 100,000 if they do video as well. This has all been end of life. We're having problems with the system and finding replacement parts, very similar to what you heard from other technology. And so they're looking at this now, getting pricing back so that they can communicate back and forth with officers moving inmates. So that's those three items.
Then you have tasers, kitchen equipment, other small equipment, 70,000, staff vest, detention center scanner, and then some principal on other debt, which we've done in the past. That's public safety. So if the board is okay with that, and we do that, this is the 1 year to where the debt's rolling off and the new debt hadn't really started yet, and we don't know what the next public safety project is going to be. So it's the year to do it. Now, does that mean that's going to decrease the budget? No. In fact, it's going to inflate the budget because we're going to be paying cash for all this. So we're going to have to show it as recommended. And then we'll have offsetting revenue being shown as restricted fund balance appropriation. So what that will do in essence is it moves the restricted fund balance into the general fund balance appropriation, which decreases the amount of unrestricted fund balance. So it doesn't really make the budget look smaller. What will make the budget look smaller is next year, these things that we would have financed, there's not going to be a payment for. There's not going to be a payment for ambulances for the next 3 years. There's not going to be a payment for heart monitors. There won't be a payment for the $900,000 worth of sheriff vehicles. There won't be a payment for the court facility roof. So if the board, if you want me to keep going to another slide, or does anybody have a question about this
Yeah,
slide?
I got a question about your numbers. This shows the ending balance from last year at 3,150,000, so and so. You're projecting another 3.9 million going in. And then what was your balance? I thought you had a balance of like $6 million or.
Hold on 1 second. I asked myself the same thing last night. I think by the way, Jim, sorry he can't be here, but he had something he had to do, and we talked about this. So if you take everything between, well, first let me do the math of this real quick. If you add 3.1 million to 3.9 million. $7 million. $7 million.
$7 million.
Okay. Now, if you take everything we've put between the word expenditure and ending balance, and you sum that together, that comes up to $5,758,204. So then you would subtract that from the 7 million, and that should equal 1.2 million. Unless there's an error in the formula, but I'm gonna.
Okay, I thought you had
You got
used a different figure, because I agree with this 1.2, but I thought you said there was gonna still be a balance of $3 or $4 million or some huge number in there.
Now, if we didn't do this, if you took all this out, there would be a huge balance.
Yeah, it'd be 7 million.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you didn't do this, you could have $7 million at the end of the year unrestricted. sitting in that capital project.
End up costing you $9 million to pay it back.
So,
Yeah, that money
It's restricted unless the board were to decide that they wanted to unrestrict it. And as I understand it, when this sales tax was voted on by the citizens, there was it was the understanding in the community that the sales tax was to go towards public safety. So, I think that's kind of maybe what most folks know this as the public safety tax.
I think, didn't we officially put that into an ordinance?
I think you're right, because originally that was supposed to sunset, that quarter cent. And I think we decided to keep it.
I don't know if it's an ordinance.
Voted on something here.
I think what y'all voted on is to start using it for some other capital aside from the two initial projects, because it started growing.
Yes, and I think part of that was it would be public safety.
Yeah, it's always been public safety, and I wouldn't feel comfortable recommending a budget with this in it without, knowing that y'all are okay, even though it's all public safety stuff. I mean, this is a quarter cent sales tax that was instituted for the purpose of public safety capital. So, we're just in a sweet spot. Now we may not be there very long. Those Motorola radios, they may double along with gasoline next year. We don't know. But for this 1 year, it looks good for this particular restricted revenue. Is everyone okay with kind of that general idea?
Yeah, I just have one question.
Okay.
And this is related to where the sheriff's patrol cars go after they're done and get replaced. I learned that.
Chaplain.
Okay. I learned that Cabarrus County. I learned that Cabarrus County gave cars to DSS rather than auctioning off all. And because I know that there's a request from DSS, I don't know if it's yearly or whatever, for additional vehicles so people don't have to drive their personal.
We'll do that. Any vehicle they want, they're welcome to go get.
Aaron, while we're talking about this, I've been approached by environmental that I know they use their personal vehicles and then are reimbursed. But one of the inspectors that told me he bought a brand new vehicle 1st of January, and he's already put over 8,000 miles on it.
We told them 2 or 3 weeks ago to go over and pick out whatever they wanted.
Okay. And then at that point, do we just provide the gas on it?
It's all comes from the same pot.
But what I'm saying, they don't have to, they're not going to receive mileage anymore.
Right. It's actually, it's a better deal for the county because the mileage reimbursement is more expensive than what the fuel is.
Okay.
But yeah, we talked to them, and any department that wants, to use the vehicles, they have, before we would auction, we would give them an opportunity to come get them and use them. No, you have to take the lights off, but you are required to put a county seal on it.
Are all those vehicles, are they body wrapped or decals that are on them?
Craig, I don't know how they do it.
Well, I mean,
I know it costs to get it off though.
Well, I'm sure it does, but I wouldn't want to pay to have it repainted, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, they pay a company that comes and removes everything that they have to get off before they sell them or give them to somebody else.
Okay.
So if we go to the next slide, this is just real quick. I just want to point it out. the way we do our budget, when you look at insurance, it's gonna look like an increase, but actually what happens is in the past, we have budgeted for projected increases in general government, and then the end of the year, Leslie would do a budget amendment and bring it into each department. So it wasn't reflected in the budget you adopted. It was last year's number. This is the first year, I think, that we've ever had a decrease in costs for health insurance. So it's gonna look really strange because it's gonna look like an increase in the departmental budgets, but there's actually a big decrease in the general government. And what's gonna look really strange is next year when insurance goes back up, we're gonna be budgeting a 0% increase because that's the way our budget operates. So I'm just pointing this out to tell you it's going to look like a 9 or 10% increase this year, when actually that was last year, and the increase is 0. And I think that's largely because COVID-19. Things, hospitals weren't doing things they were doing. It could be an explanation, but I suspect it's going to go back up, and when it does, it's going to be strange because you're going to see in next year's budget insurance flat, and then we're going to have another line item, whatever the increase is. But I just wanted to point that out because
Let me say one thing. You folks have been doing the right things for the last few years about acknowledging how important health is and giving bonuses or whatever you did for people that lost weight and real good health initiatives. So whether the budget actually goes up next year or not, I think that we have been on the right path with acknowledging how important your individual decisions on your health are and how it's reflected in the cost of insurance.
And thank you. So is everyone ready to go to the next slide? Okay, so education. Now, I'm showing the percentage of increase to be fair to everyone. But RCC is requesting a 1,740% increase. The large portion of that is due to they have requested the new building that the bond was passed on. I have spoke to Carol Spalding because we're still in a state of an emergency. The pandemic is still, we're still in a pandemic. There is a virus. People are getting sick. We have a broader future now, an outlook now than we did, but there's still some uncertainty that I just would not feel comfortable this year recommending a tax increase, and that it's probably not the right year to raise taxes and start a $45 million building still in the middle of a pandemic. Carol was receptive to that, and what we've done is we have put in the budget right now. And it may change up and down, but it's about $1 million to pay for the architect fees to get them started. And then we've got some other money that we've identified in the ARP money, which is the slide that I skipped a couple of minutes ago, that would, if certain things happen, it could be an additional $3, $4, $5 million. It could go to RCC from that. So that is really inflated, but it's because of that one building.
Aaron, will that $1 million be reimbursed whenever we do take the bond down back to the county?
Well, probably not, because we would be hopefully, well, with inflation, who knows what the cost of the building's gonna be, but if the price of nothing goes up and stays the same, hopefully we would be buying down the cost of that building. And when we when we sold the bonds, we would sell it for 44 million we would sell $44 million worth of bonds versus 45 million. If there was no inflation. Does that make sense?
Makes sense. I'm just seeing that the county's on the hook for $1 million for a bond that we didn't ask for.
We could borrow it to pay ourselves back. And because we are selling a bond and the rates are normally a lot lower than, it might make sense to do that at that time. So, yeah.
So it's an option.
It's an option.
Okay.
And the $1 million would be identified for that specific purpose.
Okay.
So they would have to show invoices, we would treat it just like a capital project.
Okay.
So Rowan Salisbury Schools, that's their request, 300% increase for various items. Kannapolis.
Did that include any schools?
That was what was in their letter. Lisa, do you have that letter?
Surely that 300% is not operating.
Couldn't be.
No, it's not all operating.
A chauffeur to drive the kids to school for that kind of money.
Yeah, the letter was, I will email it to everybody, but that's, the way the letter was written, that was our interpretation of their request. Just had it. Well, Lisa, when you find it, let me know. Sure. Both. So Kannapolis is So Kannapolis is asking for 550% increase in funding. And I'll come back to their specific things. Lisa's going to get the letters. Randy, can you go to the next page? And this is a chart. This is ADM, which is average daily membership. And this shows the estimated ADM for Rowan Salisbury Schools from 2013 to 2022, as well as Kannapolis and charter schools. Rowan Salisbury is the top line that is dark. And so what we have there is in 2013, the ADM was approximately 20,028 students, and then what we have right now is 18,402 students. Now, if you go down to, oops, wrong page. I'm gonna have to zoom out. Kannapolis has, they've stayed steady, but it looks like the last, they've been slowly coming up. Now, if you look at charter schools, you see a huge increase from 73 in 2013 to 978 in 2022. So when we budget, based on the average daily membership, naturally, you're gonna see an increase in charters and a decrease, and this is for operations, in the public schools.
Charter schools are there in the county?
I know there's the SNA Fox Charter School, and then the Faith Charter School, I think is getting ready to start. And then you've got several charter schools that aren't in the county, but that number doesn't necessarily mean they're in the county. It's the money follows the student. So if your child goes to Greystone Academy, that's not in Rowan County, but the money from Rowan County follows that child. And it's calculated on a monthly basis. So in their budget letter request, they Salisbury Schools asked for $2.2 million for continuation budget needs. This is on top of what they had. 500 for salary increases, 500,000. And then 1.7, it says, due to pandemic or funded by state or federal COVID relief monies. And then it says Rowan County committed $81.5 million to address some of the district's needs. We have designated those towards heating and air replacement, leaving $25 million to cover other stuff due to the pandemic. The $75 million was on hold. So we looked at everything they were asking for, a number of $75 million on top of everything else because things were put on hold. It reads, local share of estimated state budget increases for salaries and benefits. 500,000. The Kannapolis city schools, well, theirs is they've got a huge list of capital, but the largest one is, it looks like it says A.L. Brown Campus Study Recommendations, $26 million. And then they've got, a list of several other things. I can pass these around to the board. And so those are the ADM numbers. And Randy, if you could go to the next page. So, COVID-19 funding. Let me find this spreadsheet. Okay, so total amount, and this is the number that really may or may not be right or wrong, especially because Rowan Salisbury Schools not Rowan Salisbury Schools, Rowan Cabarrus Community College is so complicated about where the students live and this and that. So my number may be a little more or a little less. What I tried to do is do it based on the percentage of students, 33%, for RCC. Kannapolis received 18.8 million, but I calculated using 23. And then Rowan Salisbury has received or going to receive 76 million. So if you look at the way that all COVID funding that I have been able to identify, and there's probably some I haven't identified, in the county that has been received, and the county number is inflated because of fuel, but I didn't want it would have taken a lot of time to go back and figure something that really, at this point, you know, we were all working together, but you remember, we gave a pretty big portion to each municipality before we were even required to. So the county number is really inflated, but I wasn't going to go back and figure out what we gave every municipality. But if you look across the county, what would have been received what has been received or will be received is approximately $135 million. And that is a lot of money. And similar to the sales tax, although more, you know, I've never seen this type of money come into local government. There are restrictions on how we can spend ours. That's going to be the next slide after, well, 3 slides from now, on some ideas. I don't, it is just a lot of money. And, you know, 135 million for this county. We're only one county out of how many counties? There's going to be a lot of spending because I don't.
It's $100,000.
So I just kind of like to point out that this is almost as much as our budget. You know, our budget was 152 last year.
Crazy.
And our community partners, you know, collectively, we're going to be receiving about 135 million. That's a lot of money. The next slide, and the majority of it goes to the schools. And the majority that goes to the schools, 87% goes to Rowan-Salisbury Community College. I mean, Rowan-Salisbury Schools, K through 12. So Rowan-Salisbury Schools has received and or will receive approximately $76,239,103. That is almost double our annual appropriation to them.
Aaron, what kind of restrictions is on that?
That's a good question that I'm having trouble finding an answer to. The one thing that is clear, 20%, the 76, some of that's already been received and spent, but the large portion of that has not, just like the large portion of the county's 32 million, and the last slide has not, because we only received 5 million. But the schools, they have, you know, the guidance, and there is a rule that says 20% of, now not all of that 76 million, and I don't understand the earlier part, and I've lumped everything together in that 76, but a large portion of it, let's say 45,000 or 55,000 or whatever. Million, thank you, sorry. 20% of it is required to be spent on something called lost learning. And it may not even be called that. I may have the terminology wrong. But you know, it's for students that have lost an opportunity, I guess, to learn, you know, through the pandemic. The other can be spent on capital. There are restrictions to that. The restrictions that I've read, I can't quote it, but I think it says related to COVID or environmental hazard. Oh, no, related to COVID and environmental, some type of environmental hazard. And then there's, let me just read it because I'm not.
Do you want me to pull up the fact sheet?
Yeah, you can pull that up because I'm certainly not helping anybody understand it, but not knowing what it
Hey, Aaron, while we're waiting for that, in this letter from Dr. Watlington, he says that due to the pandemic, out of that 81 million, 75 million of that funding has been on hold.
I think what he may be referring to, at one time, there was discussion of the debt capacity of 75 million in a prior year. And when the pandemic came, the discussion of the 75 million or the budgeting of the 75 million stopped because we froze all capital spending. So his letter may be saying that money's there. I don't know if he used the word promised. No, it's most certainly not in the bank. So
We just talked about our capacity.
yeah.
Possibility that we could finance that much money.
With all the money coming off of,
75 million is about what anything over that would require tax increase. That may be where the promise or call it a promise came in.
I think for some years, looking forward to seeing when money will be available, when debt was paid off, the amount of debt that could replace that would be around about 65 million. Then when revaluation came, the question was, could be more than that. And so that was just pretty much.
So Randy, that the guidance page you put up, Craig, to answer your question, these are the bullet points in some federal guidance. And if you go down to 1, 2, 3, fourth bullet reads, repairing and improving school facilities to reduce risk of virus transmission and exposure to environmental health hazards. So I don't know what that means. I don't know, you would think that if it's one or the other, the sentence would be or. But if it's and, you've got to think, well, what is an environmental health hazard that is related to virus transmission? So I'm not real sure what that means. I just know that it says you can repair and improve schools, and then it's got some things. The question is, can the repair or the improvement be due to an environmental health risk, like old schools with asbestos floors, asbestos windows, stuff like that, without reducing the risk of virus transmission, or does it have to be both, or is it one or the other? And I'm just not sure. I've tried to get an answer, and I have not been able to get an affirmative answer that is followed by an explanation on why the answer is affirmative.
well, wouldn't it be their responsibility to get that determination? Since they're the ones that's getting the money?
Yeah, I can't speak for the school boards. Yeah, I'm just trying to help them with their budget and trying to figure out, because as you'll see in this next thing when we come up, there's some things we can use our money for to help them and to help RCC because we're so limited. We're much more limited than they are. The next bullet point says improving indoor air quality. Well, what does that mean? Bigger classrooms? Does that mean new school? I don't know what that means.
Well, according to Dr. Watlington's letter, if I read it right, out of the 81 million capital needs, 70% is going to go to HVAC and those COVID-related improvements. And one of those, in addition to HVAC is going to be 6.5 million. And another one, it's much smaller, but it'll be the water bottle station refills, so kids aren't drinking out of bubblers, oh, excuse me, water fountains. It's a Wisconsin term, bubbler. So that's all I could really figure out from his letter.
Yeah, I have a more definite answer from Kannapolis. But I mean, I can just share with you what Will said he was gonna do with it, or what they were thinking about doing with it.
It should also, then, wasn't they gonna, since they closed Unionville and Faith, they're supposed to save what? When they're saying they were at the school they closed, they saved $500,000 a year, so that's another $1 million. It'll be operationals.
Now what Will from Kannapolis sent me, he says that, they are receiving 5 million, which that they're receiving more than that, but, we plan on using 650 to add a plasma ionization to all the air handlers in the district and bottle fillers to existing fountains. We also plan to use 548 to purchase student devices. The question of money available for capital is a difficult one. As far as I know, there's no limitations on capital, and there's an expectation to use some of it on learning loss. We are using the rest of funding to jumpstart an increase in teacher supplements, provide summer program, and hire much needed teachers to address learning loss. I hope this helps. So that's what Kannapolis is going to do. Or that's what they were planning to do. It looks like to buy a plasma ionization machine, and student devices, water fountains, and jumpstart an increase in teacher supplements.
I read this on the email.
And others.
The slide that you have up,
Yeah, that is federal guidance on how they can spend it.
one of the things I'm hoping the schools will do is spend some of this money on mental health services and supports. Because of our low scoring schools, especially in the elementary area, childhood trauma is one of the biggest things that hold kids back from learning and also set them on other not so good paths for later in life. So if we can spend more, if they will spend more on mental health services, that can go a long way to helping improve our scores. I remember talking with Lynn Moody over at Kuntz, where I volunteered, and I asked her what this school needs, and she said we could use 2 full-time school psychologists just at Kuntz because of the amount of trauma.
Can you scroll to the next page, Randy? Okay, so look at the last bullet of the federal guidance. And just read that. The last bullet, other activities that are necessary to maintain operation of and continuity of services, including continuing to employ existing or hiring new LEA and school staff. So I'm not sure what that means. I don't know if that means anything. I mean, I don't know. I don't know.
That's the LEA, local education partners. They just federal refers to all the LEAs.
Does that answer your question, Commissioner Pierce?
As good as I think we can answer it.
Okay. Yeah, once I can get a final answer in writing that says, as well as for how we can spend ours, we don't really know how we can spend ours yet either. I will make sure everyone knows. So the next slide, Randy, is going to go back. We're going to go back up to the one we skipped over. And this gets to our ARP money. Or should I say the taxpayer money that's been given to the county. So the way this spreadsheet is set up is that in 2021, we'll receive, well, let me preface this by saying that, you know, I'm not taking any ownership in this, although I did produce it with the help of Jim and Lisa. These are ideas to help the commissioners make decisions. This is 100% the commissioner's authority. Some of these things are estimates. Some of them may not even exist. And I'll point out the ones that may not exist. Specifically, one that says RSS, water and sewer. I just put $1 million because I don't know if I've asked, but haven't got an answer from the schools if they have water and sewer needs. There's something we can do to help them. You know, if there's a school that has a bad well or a failing septic tank, and if there's something we can do to provide, you know, potable water or gravity sewer to the site, you know, this money may be able to be used for that. But aside from some of this, you know, just kind of a planning document and putting, you know, various thoughts that have ran through many of our minds on a sheet of paper is basically what this is. And there is an error in it, and the error is it only adds up to 27 million, and it should be 27.5 something, the estimate. So if you look at the very top where it says FY 2021, you'll see the 13.5 million. We received the first portion of the American Recovery Plan supposed to this month. We only received half this year and half next year. And we have 3 or 4 years to spend it. So if you look at fiscal year 2022, you'll see another 13,500,000 revenue. So now if you go diagonally all the way to the bottom of the page where it's highlighted in yellow, you'll see negative 791,000. So right now, based on just ideas and putting numbers, and I'll tell you which ones are ideas and which ones are not. Right now, the 27 million is spent based on this planning document. So the more concrete ones are near the top, with the exception of tourism. Those numbers, for the most part, with the exception of next year's, are real, or they're close to real, because tourism has lost a lot of money, and this money can go to that. So probably the realest, most concrete number is the FY 2021 revenue replacement. And that we believe is authorized by the American Recovery Act, and that is money that would go directly into the county coffers. And that's what the county would really benefit out of the 27 million, is about $3 million. Now we have projected in 2022, you know, what if things go bad, you know, this and that, and we have more revenue laws, which I don't think is going to happen. We've just put that number in there, 2.2915. The next one is 2,091,000. That is for the board to consider a one-time bonus to every employee in the county that's full-time benefited, that worked through the pandemic, because if I recall, every county employee was considered an essential worker, and everyone was told, you know, even though a lot of people were able to work from home, those that weren't were told, you have to come to work. And they came to work and they worked. There was never any, the CARES Act money, there was never any bonuses given. And this is authorized. You can give up to $28,000 in, I think, what they call hazard pay.
So how would that be calculated and distributed? Be based on their salary and a percentage, or a flat rate?
What we did is we just used 2,000 because last year the employees didn't get a COLA, although those that were eligible for longevity, if they received some, is that, you know, for the average salary, the 2,000 is more than a 2.5% cost of living. So we just did a flat rate to every employee.
Okay.
Is how it was calculated. But like I said, there's no ownership. This is a board decision. If you want to, you know, we can look at it any way the board wants to. This is just a suggestion on how we might use it. The salaries and the overtime, that is for a community paramedic program. That was something that was pretty successful that we did. You know, hopefully COVID will be gone and never come back. But if it remains, this will be beneficial. If it doesn't, this is something that we could use this money for to help keep, especially elderly people and cancer patients, out of the hospital as much as possible. Keep them in their own home and have paramedics that can go by and check up on them. The rest of this is just small stuff, and basically, I mean, Lisa probably knows what it is, but as we would go through the budget and I would see something, well, we went line item by line item, anything that looked COVID, I said, put it in this budget. So that's what everything from precinct worker to booster pump station is I heard it, or Lisa heard it, or Jim heard it in a conversation, and we said, put that in the COVID budget, because that's related somehow. And we were fairly conservative. If it wasn't directly related to COVID, we didn't put it there. So anything in between, basically anything above transfer to airport is fairly concrete. The transfer to airport is due to the revenue loss that the airport received during the pandemic. The booster pump station and lead and copper is $1 million. The project is about $800,000. There are engineer fees. If we're able to pay for that, we can use this money for that and reimburse ourselves. Also, there may be a project that comes forward in the next couple of months that this money can be used for in that area. I put a placeholder for municipal sewer and water project that one of the municipalities in the county, may be working towards an agreement with another with another municipality and the county on reaching an agreement. RCC water and sewer, that 919, this is the cost, according to them, on what it's going to cost to provide water and sewer to the new building. Okay, so if the feds say we can do it on water and sewer, then that would go to offset some of the costs, along with the $1 million we talked about for the design. Now the next three, RCC data and gas, site clearing and erosion, RCC stormwater, that's kind of may not be real. In fact, it's closer to not being real than it is to being real. The reason is because currently the federal guidance doesn't allow stormwater. But there has been rumor that the initial legislation or certain discussions included that stormwater was to be a part of it, and that they could come back and put it in it, or there's a possibility that the U.S. Treasury may interpret water and sewer equivalent to stormwater. If that's the case, then we can potentially use it for that.
Are you saying that 3.4 million would come out of the $45 million bonds?
No, that 3.4 has nothing to do with the bond project.
Something different.
That's another capital project they have. But ultimately, community colleges, any capital they do, we're really responsible for it. So if it's something, I just ask them to identify anything that they had in their CIP or coming up that could be used, and they identified that. But I mean, it's more likely than not that it's not eligible. So, you know, that's almost 5 million that's on this list that's not eligible. The next line item is something that, you know, I just put down because, you know, with Chewy, when they came, we had to go into the interstate, and I just put $1 million a year for the next 3 years for reserve infrastructure, water and sewer. You know, if the board wants to use it for something, I mean, y'all can do whatever you want. It's just that there are a lot of companies looking at the county now. There's a lot of expansion, and we may be asked in a negotiation, hey, you know, there may be a cost for a water line or a sewer line, and it ends up being, you know, $1 million or $2 million, and that's something that you would have to spend it on. RSS water and sewer, that's one of the things that are made up. It currently doesn't exist until they tell us it exists. If there are any costs that they have related to public water and sewer, you know, and they can identify this money could go to help them. Same thing with stormwater. Tourism, that's all very real, with the exception of 2022. That's an estimate on what they're going to lose next year. And then mental health is something the commissioner wanted included is mental health and substance abuse related to COVID-19, to put an earmark of $1 million per year in the last line item. So this is the very first draft, if you will, of a plan that the board may or may not want to adopt or consider, and that I can guarantee you is going to change and rules are going to change. So this is the beginning of it. But we do need, I will say, for the revenue replacement and this employee stuff, everything to the airport, if the board would consider that at an upcoming meeting. And if you want to take everything else and just put it in a line called contingency, you can do that, or you can put it in the things that have been identified. It doesn't matter, but you at least have a document knowing, you know, how much money you have, and we can keep track of it and know where it's going. But we will need the 2.9 going into the budget.
Where's the community paramedics? Is there vehicles listed in here? Which line?
Yes. I think is that their vehicles? Under CA vehicles, the 180,000? Yes. I guess that's 4 or something. I think it wasn't the trucks. Yeah. And in closing on this, you know, a lot of the credit goes to the directors. They work really hard to identify the lost revenue. I mean, you know, they spend a lot of time working with finance and trying to find any and everywhere they could identify where revenue is lost. And that looks to be what we lost. Let's call it $3 million.
We don't have any money right now.
Not from this. We still have, I think we still have some CRF money, don't we? Yeah, we've got a little of it. Well, it's not, I mean, it's a lot, I mean, it's not millions, but it's still a lot of money in it, but compared to 27 million, it's little.
Didn't you tell us this was supposed to come in the middle of this month?
I thought it was, I've heard May 15th, or maybe I made that date up and people have been repeating it, and it's became the truth around here, but I had heard May 15th, but I mean, we don't even know how we can really spend it. We just know what lobbyists have said. And the school's in the same situation we are. Well, they do have some federal guidance on the United States Department of Education website, and that's what Randy showed, which is a little more than we have. But the guidance is about as clear as the CRF was for us in the beginning. With the last sentence, I mean, I don't know. Can you pull that up one more time? I mean, I don't know what that means. I
It's
just,
supposed to be 60 days after the signing is when we're supposed to receive the first check.
I mean, that last bullet to me, unless there's something higher up or below that says everything has to be related to COVID, I don't know what the last sentence means.
Here, you know, it was signed on March 11th, and it's supposedly 60 days after the law signs. Cities, actually, local government has up to 90 days after March 11th. So we can be 90 days before we receive our first.
Okay. So, that leads us to the last slide. Which, is three, different topics.
Can I ask you a question before we start?
Sure.
Because the West End Plaza thing reminded me of it. Wasn't one of the first drafts you sent, there was a line item about moratoriums on new positions?
Yeah, first, yeah, I guess I took that for granted. One of the draft agendas I sent out was to ask if the board wanted to discuss lifting the freeze on capital and lifting the hiring freeze. And yes, that would be a topic probably before you talked about big capital like that, or school, any school capital. So yeah, that would be a topic for discussion.
Because I guess we voted not to make new positions, right?
I don't remember what actually happened, but what we've done, what we did is we didn't include any capital that hadn't already started in the budget. And we implemented a hiring freeze that we're still under, but we approved, you know, basically the way, especially as things have improved, Kelly sent it to me and I approve it. And I mean, we're under a hiring freeze, but
if we want to add CPS workers, we need to have some sort of board action before you can even, like, if we wanted to do it, we would have to say we're going to lift the hiring freeze and then vote to do it. I think even Clerk or John Brendel asked for a person, I believe. Only he did.
yes, so, okay, so you're asking whether or not the board actually voted at some point in time to freeze capital and hiring freeze, and I think you may have.
We did.
But the budget document would kind of trump that vote because the budget's an ordinance. So if the budget, you know, you could go back and unlift, you could say we're no longer under a capital freeze and we're no longer under a hiring freeze, which administratively would help Kelly and I because folks wouldn't have to get them frozen and frankly, right now, we're having a hard time finding employees. We're not having a hard time with, you know, too many employees. So, yeah, you could go back and do that, or I could just roll it into the budget as, you know, the budget recommends the hiring freeze be lifted and the capital projects freeze be lifted. And because you do a public notice and it's an ordinance, it would undo that board action.
Just for those items that we approved though, right? Or would it be a complete lifting of that?
Well, that's the only thing I don't remember.
think the sheriff talked to me and Mike about adding 1 to 2 positions. 4, okay.
We need a new full-time position with Port, peer counselor. We need the 5 positions that Micah talked about this morning. I haven't had a chance to talk to the health department yet.
Aaron, can we go back and look at the positions that were not filled last year to see how much that put back into the budget?
We could, but most of them, if it was public safety or something, I mean, we filled them. I mean, it didn't last long, but I mean, even though they're still technically frozen, which means the director can't just hire, I'm unfreezing them. If they request and they give justification, I'm unfreezing. So it's more just at this point.
Well, I guess what I'm asking is I heard today about doing away with 3 positions. And I'd like to see how those numbers figure into the budget to see if we can't replace those with people that we need.
Let me see.
One of the things that's happened out at the health department during the pandemic, and this was before our current director, most of the health services there were put on hold. So instead of hiring temporary folks, all of our permanent folks were put to work on the pandemic. So we've got a lot of catch-up work. I mean, it's
Well, I guess my concern is, all the unemployment money and supplement money coming out, there's a lot of people that do come back to work. It's just cheaper to stay home and get paid. And I'm saying if we've had positions that weren't filled, let's see how much of those salaries were saved from last year's budget. And maybe we'll roll them over into this year's budget.
Okay, so the hiring freeze part, that was approved on April 24th. And the board right now could say, make a motion and remove the hiring freeze and it's gone. I mean, or you could do it on the next agenda if you want to. Because what it said is in an effort to maintain balance of satisfactory service to citizen employees. Well, I recommended this, department directors may petition for exceptions. So, you didn't freeze new positions or anything like that. You just put a hiring freeze, or you authorized me to freeze hiring, and for directors to fill a position, they had to get my approval. And I haven't turned anybody down. So.
But to add new positions in this budget, we need to lift that hiring freeze?
No. You can add 100 positions in the budget, regardless of that. That was an act where you restricted the directors from hiring
without your approval,
open positions, without me looking at it and saying this is necessary, we must fill it. And I will say that a lot of directors did a great job, and they kept positions frozen for as long as they could. But as things have improved, it's more of an administrative, it's an extra layer of work for the directors to have to do, because I'm approving them all at this point. So, I mean, it's something you could lift it and we would just stop doing it. The only thing you would be changing is, instead of me having to look at everyone and saying, okay, they would just do as they did before, which is if they have an open position, they post it and they hire the person. And in the beginning, I was kind of strict, but,
I mean, is there any point of still having it if we're trying to get back to normal?
I would not recommend a hiring freeze today, no. And I probably should have brought that forward months ago and said that it's not necessary. I just haven't.
Well, to avoid confusion, can we put it on the next consent agenda?
Yes, sir.
To remove it? You okay with that? If you're not, tell me.
That,
I don't think we're making decisions.
I just don't want to have any confusion. You know, people like, well, I thought there was a hiring freeze and here you are putting 5 positions and 4 positions and whatever else we think we need to serve the citizens. I mean, we took action to put in a freeze, but I think we need to take action to take it off, just so people know what we're doing. But if y'all don't want to do that, that's fine. I'll leave it up to.
We'll dictate them. I think we're talking about positions that are already created, that are just empty. Really is extra work for Aaron because they got to go through another step before they can fill their position. I mean,
Yeah, because I don't have any authority to create new positions. Only thing, what's this? Oh, this is the vacant. Yeah, I mean, we've got a lot of vacancies right now, but it's not because they're frozen. I mean, they are frozen technically, but it's because there's not applicants. I mean, you know, it's not because we're holding fast to, hey, don't hire anybody. I mean, most departments, you know, that have vacancies, they're doing the best they can to get folks hired. So,
well, I mean, to Craig's point, are we giving a mixed message to the citizens that we got a hiring freeze, but also we're hiring?
yeah, that's a mixed message.
Well, I get a shot.
all right.
So the next thing is the capital freeze, and I don't know if that was ever voted on. You think so?
It was. It was voted on.
I think we did it twice, make sure it's done.
So it would have been done, I was looking at the agenda item, it probably would have been done the night we did the hiring freeze. It may just not have been on the agenda, but been in the minutes. But I can research that and get back to you and tell you when it was done and what you said, and if you want to undo it or if you don't want to undo it.
You know, we've been here so long, my eye opened up.
It was.
I said, I've been here so long, my eye opened up. I can actually see out of it.
What was that day? April 4th?
No, May 4th was the date of the meeting, was on a regular agenda item. So it'd be on the May 4th meeting. Yeah, and then May 17th meeting with the minutes approval.
Well, I'm glad we got that straight.
Can't do anything on this one. Present.
Sit here long enough, it might heal. Ain't got nothing to drive. Well, I've just now been able to open it so I can see it. They did a CT scan, check out everything. Main thing, they wanted to make sure it wasn't hemorrhage. He was dead, wasn't her? I'm going to have to replace the tile in my bathroom, where I broke the tile.
Okay, I don't know if y'all voted on it, but I do know, I remember now, it was in the budget message, that if you adopted the budget as presented, it would freeze all capital. Because I remember the schools wanting to do the architect, and I had said, well, no, I can't, because everything. So the budget, if you did, you may have voted on it twice, but the budget message was presented that way. So so it was definitely board action that did the hiring freeze, and the budget adoption did the capital freeze, or capital, a ban on capital spending.
You're in a discussion of the hiring freeze.
I'm gonna say, go fire tax and you want,
Not for that section.
it'll be easy for me.
Yeah, I found that.
Karen, how about you sending us a message about that? Let's go on to the West End Plaza.
Okay.
There you go.
I don't have a slide for that. I can give a summary based on, my recollection of events. The Board of Commissioners at some point in time before the pandemic had voted to move forward with that project. We were right in the middle of, I don't know if I don't think, or maybe we did, if the architect contract was brought, but it was right around that time, everything came and we just stopped. So that's kind of where it is. Not only with that project, but all the projects, even the engineers and architects, they just stopped calling because they knew nobody was doing anything. So,
So we had updated discussions with them. I assume we're going to see increases in costs.
I have not spoke to ADW. I spoke to him about another matter about 7 or 8 months ago, maybe. It's been a long time. I have not had any discussion with an architect or engineer about the West End Plaza.
Well, I think since that time, the public has become aware of how important I always want to say the mall, I'm sorry, West End Plaza is to us, and that any improvements that we decide to make or go forward with, I think that now they would see how important that piece of land and that facility is to the community for a lot of different ways that property can serve the community.
You just re-engage with them and ask where to start. Any more questions to ask. But, so we move toward them coming back and talking to us publicly as a group. In the community. See where we are.
Commissioners, I'll tell you, and I think I've shared it with Greg, and of course, Mike's been involved. The sheriff has approached Mike and myself to use to upfit the cinema as a training center for his sheriff's department, as well as a couple other things that he wants to do. We have toured it with him and Major Moose, and they're very excited about seeing what we could do. So what we asked them to do is to, of course, approach the board to see if that's something they'd be agreeable to, and then put it out, get an architect to go in and look and see what the upfit would be based on all the things he wants to do. Mike's a little better at this stuff because he knows all the things that the sheriff talked about. I just know they wanted to have a training center, which would require, at our first examination, putting a roof on it, maybe some HVAC, and then, of course, it's got no seats in it, but they wanted to use that as a area to give lectures and these kind of things. And talking with the sheriff, they spend a ton of money sending their people off to training centers. So what we were trying to do is to have our own training center here and bring other people here for that use. And what we liked about it was the fact that it was isolated. It would be his own sector up on top, have his own parking, its own entrance, and, you know, give us a use for this. But he had like 2 or 3 different things he wanted to put in there. So just saying that that's some activity that Mike and I have been doing so that we could bring this to you. And like I said, the next step would be to, you know, put an RFP out for an architect to go in and design what the sheriff thinks he wants. So just throwing that out there.
You know, we've got the same concern. Well, it was my understanding that when we took a look at the Ag Center, that was going to be a place where all of our departments could use to try and do those bigger gatherings. Be able to bring people in over video conference, which saves a lot of money. Of course, then you go from there to the health department and DSS, and a lot of things. So there's a lot of capital stuff.
Well, I think the big thing with the sheriff is the training is a specialized thing that he does. Like I say, Mike knows more about it than I do. But the idea was to, what's the indoor gun range? What'd you call it? Where it's
FATS.
Okay.
It's called FATS.
You want to explain that? Because I don't.
Basically, it's sort of almost like a video game, but you go in, you're completely surrounded by screens. And so you can do simulations. I mean, a lot of training simulations with different scenarios, which I mean, the environment we're in today, I think the public's kind of looking for more training for officers. But that's, when you set that up, you can't move it around. It has to be in a place that's always, because you can't move it. We looked at some of the, just the way the building's made. You could have some lecture halls. When these people, when different groups do the trainings, if they can find a place that'll let them, because usually, you know, it might be $1,000 for a person to go to a 3-day or a week-long training or more. And so sometimes if you have a place that you can provide, then they'll let, you know, 4 or 5 of those people go for free. So if we had an ongoing place for that, we thought about, you can actually, you could build a shoot house for sim rounds. You can't actually shoot weapons in there, but the sim guns, you could build some plywood type places to train. And there's also some other stuff that we could maybe work with some of the other departments that maybe we can tie some of the COVID funds into this. Like we've said before, and I've said before, you know, we've had them all for a while now, and I do think we need to start doing some things in there. Plus, you know, the thing with the veteran services that we may be able to do, so that would, I mean, I guess to lift the moratorium out there, we'd actually have to do that too, to build those stuff out there. Like I'd mentioned to you earlier too, I mean, I do like the fact that we've been able to use the mall out there for a lot of these COVID events. And, you know, is there something that we could do with the health department out there for future, whatever comes up in the future with these things? Well, I don't know that, I mean, that was nothing ever we had gotten to the point of making that plan. That was just sort of an idea if we had ever moved those. Because I mean, I don't know how closely they need to be together. You probably know that more than I do, being on those two boards. I don't know if they need to be in the same spot. So,
Also need to get background certifications so we can recognize it.
all right. Hire tax manager, so we'll just contact the engineer, and break up conversation with them again. They give us a roadmap of where to go from now, from here.
Randy, do you mind, can you get on that call? It's gonna start in 15 minutes. Okay. Thank you. Because they may talk about the, yeah.
You talking about, just for what we've talked about already, or what we've already planned, or even some of the new things that she's talked about and Craig and I have talked about, or just the, well, no, we didn't have any other plans. Well, I don't know. Whatever I guess trying to figure out the next step is if we wanted to try to do something for the training center, do we need to engage with an architect, or is that the next step, or do we need to have? I mean, I don't think we're at a point to vote on anything, but I guess we need to know what information we should try to gather, or. Well, no, I mean, he came to us and asked us about it. So, I mean, it'll take,
Well, we
happen overnight.
We tried to kind of do the legwork first and get information that we could. We're at the point to where, we're gonna have to see what it's gonna cost. We're gonna have to get some type of design, and we want to make sure it incorporates everything the sheriff is talking about so that we can make a decision on whether we want to do this or not. So
Maybe he needs to get a presentation to present to everyone, maybe. Will that be the next step?
And we've had the space study for the mall, and especially the public health and the DSS space. I don't know how far that went.
it didn't include the settlement. It didn't include the settlement, the space needs to.
The settlement, there's a separate building that the county owns. It used to be the old theater.
No, I know about that.
That's what the sheriff's talking about. too.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
No, I'm talking about the mall, and when AW came in and did the space study for all terms and said, this is where we can fit this and this is where we can fit this. And then chose as mission to go ahead and do the agriculture in the center because of the situation of that, the ag with EMS and I wanting more space.
That's what
He said,
tell you.
understanding. So, I guess what I'm trying to say is that, we've got some plans, they're there, and, we've got the line.
All right, can you just talk to those guys?
Yes, yes.
You'd like to have a presentation from the sheriff, is what I'm hearing? Okay, I'll tell him to put it together.
Okay, the fire tax, this is something that there's been a lot of discussion about. Randy, I'm going to send you a screenshot of this document. While I'm doing this, there's been discussion about fire taxes. There's been lots of emails from the clerk to the board to me and the commissioners. You know, she does a great job of letting us know when each department is doing what they're doing. I know some commissioners have met and spoke to fire departments, but it's been a pretty busy year insofar as asking for tax increases from fire departments. And there was a commissioner had requested that we discuss during this work session some of the activity that's been going on in and around those discussions. So as soon as I get this email, Randy will be able to. I'll just send it to everybody too. I mean, it's not all. I just well, Lisa took the district out that have asked for a tax increase, and everybody should have that in their email. And Randy can put that on the screen. Well, I had no idea my picture shows up on the email. Is that for everybody? Oh. Yes, sir. Randy, will April be able to display the next thing if you're on that call? Okay.
Yeah.
You want me to go on to the next item? Oh, no, I was just providing, this is the current request of the fire departments. If there, if anybody had any questions about that, or, do all I can to answer them.
Mike and I went to most of these. Same stories, volunteers dropping off and fire alarm goes off. You don't have someone leaving the field. Leave them, I don't know, you drive a few minutes to get a fire truck in and let it out. Someone there. 30 seconds, have a truck over the rest. Another sign of our times, unfortunately. Civic clubs are fire departments, and a lot of it's been being driven by regulation. 30, 40, 50 years ago. Neighbors don't neighbors now. Regulation training is if they just drive a truck, that's 60 hours training or something. Certified to drive a truck. A lot of this been also being driven by manufacturers of equipment, legislators that will this equipment should be allowed to use so long and then they turn on site.
Yeah, I think. Well, do you think it's time we had a study done to see if maybe we need to have a consolidated countywide fire department?
Set that up.
Yeah, I did. I'm not running for reelection. I don't care. I just think it's time that, we've been dancing around this thing for years, that as much as this county's growing, it's time now, I'm not saying that we do this and implement it next year. I'm saying that get a plan over the next 10 years to make this a consolidated fire system. I mean, it's sooner or later, it's gonna have to happen. And the question is, are we gonna be the commission that leads the way, or are we gonna let somebody else do it for us?
The math of it is. Tell us, what would it cost to provide the same service that we're getting most of them on a yearly basis now? That would be our first question.
Well, and that's why I say maybe it's just time to get a study. Somebody outside can look at it. Because I mean, look at your municipalities. They're in the same situation. I mean, every time I ride through Spencer, volunteers needed. So I mean, it's time for us maybe to take that next step, but I'm not smart enough to know what to do. And I've talked to Alan Kress, and he's a real smart guy, and I like him, and I like Lenny, and I think they could do a very good job as far as implementation, but they got to know what to do. And I'm just saying, the county's not going to diminish in population. It's only going to get larger with more people coming here, with all the industry and all the all the centers that we're having built. I don't want to get behind the 8 ball 5 years from now
we got another 2,000 homes and we don't have adequate fire protection for them. So I mean, just asking for the study to be done so we can see how to proceed forward. I mean, I don't think that's asking too much, and I think it's time it happened.
Did you, when you were talking to them, did they say, there was some counties around here that had some studies done recently, I think, in comparison to one a few years ago?
Alan said that Horry County and another one, I think it was Rutherford County, had done. Horry County in South Carolina, Myrtle Beach.
I wondered if we could just get copies of those first before we decide to see what kind of information.
And I think that's a great idea. I mean, every county's different, but it'll give us a guideline at least.
Maybe we should get, like I said, we could get copies of those and look at them and then make a decision of whether or not we're ready to.
That's fine.
Carolyn, could you do
If we're gonna start to have this discussion, who else needs to be on the table?
Well, I think this would go through emergency services, don't you, Aaron?
We're talking about changing here.
yeah.
Well, currently, most of your, like Greg said, most of your fire departments are paying somebody full-time to be there. Generally, they go home at 5 when everybody else gets home. But I'm just saying that that's still an antiquated system. I realize it's a stopgap from what they got to what they need. But if you took, I'll use a great example. If you took Franklin and you took Ellis, which are within 2 miles of each other, consolidated their tax base, you would have enough money to have one station for full-time fire service, which I think would give you a better reaction time and better service for our citizens for the same amount of money.
And I understand what you're saying. I'm just saying that, yeah, if multiple things we're thinking about it, it's clear that it's smart for us to get these two involved.
Well, and I think we should, once we have something to show them.
Well, I think and I've told you this before, I think that I think everybody agrees that this is not going to work forever, the way things are going. But I do think we would all be better off if we could get this discussion coming from the Chiefs Association. And maybe we can engage with them and get some ideas from them. But in the meantime, we could get these plans and look at them. And then, you and I could go meet with them, or Greg and you.
I'll be glad to go.
Judy, someone. I mean, we can meet with them before we start making votes of hiring people and that kind of thing.
Well, I don't want, like I said, that's down the road a long ways, but you got to get started. It's like building a house. You don't put the roof on it before the foundation goes in.
Right.
But you gotta do all the pieces, and we need to know what those pieces are going to be.
And I just think what our concern is that they're, all these departments are doing great service for the county. We
They
don't
are.
want them to think we're trying to undercut them or undermine them.
Trying to help.
And so we won't, it's going to go out that, hey, we're trying to, get rid of all the fire departments.
Nope.
That's going to be the rumor that's going to start. So I think we need to engage with them before we start, hiring any kind of consultants, because I'm sure a lot of them have some ideas, and maybe there's some things that we can start doing without even hiring consultants, that they may have some ideas.
Well, I just think it's time that we did something.
Yeah.
And get started.
If we start to have a conversation, I mean, some of these chiefs have already two or three people that are and change it. And I just think that we have better buy-in. It actually comes from us initiating this discussion.
Yeah, there's a critical issue. Especially for us.
everyone makes good points. I wouldn't do any. With Alan and see what his chief's thing. Do we want to move forward with discussion? Except for Mike. I would like to involve in that, whoever else. Greg. Who else would like to? See where those respectful conversations.
And eventually it's coming north too. There's just too much growth out there. And like I'm saying, I don't want to be behind the 8 ball when it's all here and then we're still doing the same thing that's, possibly putting our citizens in jeopardy because of us not wanting to move forward. I mean, I know it's a touchy subject. I knew it when I said it, but at the same time, that's what they elected us to do, is to take care of the problems before they get here. So that's all I'm asking. And I'll agree with Mike. I'd like to see what these other counties have done and how they went about it and see how that parallels with us, if it does at all. And then you want to talk to the Fire Chief Association, that's great. I mean, we tell them what we're doing and why we're doing it. And if we can get their buy-in, that'd be optimal. But either way, this is since I've been on this board, this has been a thorn in the county side because we keep hearing that they need more and more and more and more. And at some point in time, their tax rate's going to get so high that it's going to start affecting our potential to bring on economic development. So I'm just saying, let's get started and see where we end up.
Well, I guess what first step, just get Alan and get us copies of those
See if he can
plans.
because he knew right off counties that had done it.
Look at those, and then we can try to set a meeting up with Chief
Okay.
Association at some point.
I'm good with that.
All right, well, let's be careful about all that because we do want to make sure these folks know how we pray for them and we value them and we appreciate so much what they do. And we're not absolutely not trying to move to do it. I don't even want to say the words. So we're kind of deep into it now. Let's just have some conversations and we might find we're wrong. We might find that this is something they'd like to talk about, or that they don't want to talk about, or that we can talk about together. I think we all can learn from sitting down and having a conversation. So anyway, thanks for, did we have animal services? Do we have animal services?
Speed reading. Is that a word, speed reader? No words that, it's not many documents that. April, you ready to display the screenshot I sent you, and commissioners, I also emailed each one of these. If you want to, here we go. So.
Aaron, I'm sorry. I don't know if your microphone might be off, but I'm having some trouble hearing you.
Thank you. It is. I'm sorry. So if you're looking at the screen in the direction I'm looking at, which is going to be your right too, all the way to the end is the entrance to the animal shelter. Now this, along with the schools, we put all this on hold, stop everything. And sometimes things work out
for the best. And this kind of worked out for the best because it appears that we've had very little, if any, complaints about there not being a convenience site. It may be that there's not a need for a convenience site. Because you know, the sites we have been able to manage the traffic. But we made a verbal, and when I say we, I can take responsibility, or if someone else wants to, or we can all, okay, so there was a verbal understanding that we were going to build that road to a certain point, and we were going to have a water line, and it would serve the new animal shelter and the old animal shelter and sewer. Well, when we froze everything, that stopped, and we told the animal shelter folks at that time that none of that was moving forward. They moved forward with the Shelter Guardians, I'm sorry. Shelter Guardians moved forward with their project, which is going where the old convenience site is at. And they also moved forward with running their own water line, which is a smaller private water line to the road, or at least designing it. And in order to get a permit, you have to have a water connection. So they have came back to the county and said at some point in time, they feel like there was a verbal agreement that the county would provide water along that road and they would hook up to the road. And I do recall discussions about that. Toward that end, that's all been put on hold. I don't know that the convenience site is needed anymore. I haven't received any complaints. The other convenience sites are doing well. So the thought of a road or a water line going to a convenience site that's not going to be there is not necessarily something that we would do. However, which is something I forgot to put in the budget, the ARP budget, if it's something y'all are interested in doing, is it would be less expensive for them, I believe, to go from the new shelter to a public water line that's larger along that road, and it would enable us also to connect to our shelter. Now, even though we could connect to the little 2-inch line, it could potentially serve a greater public purpose if we ran a water line. If you could zoom out a little bit, April, all the way through from point A to point B, because I believe that the ARP funds would pay for it. So that would be a way to spend the COVID-19 ARP funds, provide all the contributors and volunteers that have put their heart and soul into the animal shelter. It would save them money from having to run the private line up to the road. And it would provide additional infrastructure that would go down through that area in the event anything's ever done. That's item one, if the board wants to consider doing that. Also, you get the woods cleared. You get a nice path. We own the property down there, and there could potentially be development at some point in time. They also, the road, frankly, is really bad there, and we're going to have a nice facility that so many kind and generous citizens have worked so hard to build, and they've asked us to consider constructing that road at least up to that point. It may be that ARP restrictions loosen and we somehow can justify that, but if not, the county could afford to do that. And it would provide that, and we have an agreement, or we talked about having an agreement with the owner of the property next door, who agreed to pay for a certain percentage of the road because he needed access I want to call it, the John Deere store, but I know
James
that's not
River.
right.
James River.
James River. So he did agree to pay for some of it. So to speed read through this, if the board is okay with those two general concepts, I can ask Doug to resurrect this project, and look at going out, for bid sometime in the new fiscal year in the budget if the board lifts the capital spending freeze that was in the budget. And that's real short and sweet. Waterline, I think ARP, we could use those funds to pay for. The road is needed. It looks really bad. And I mean, there's going to have to, at some point in time, there's going to need to be a road, at least to the animal shelter. Whether you want to go all the way through is, that's a discussion for another day. But I'm just asking if the board is okay if I kind of start resurrecting this concept and give another verbal commitment that we're looking into doing this. Is that okay?
Let me say this too, the existing cat wing shelter, whatever, the well is going out. Don has talked to me several times about it and said that we're going to have to do something, either put down a new well or just tap onto this water line. And Aaron and I talked about running the water line down to the existing animal shelter and putting a T on it so that if we ever have development, all we got to do is tie onto it. We had talked about running it through, but then we would go right back to what we're having to do with SRU down here on Long Prairie, which is flush it out. In other words, buy water we'll never use. And the animal shelter uses, so they don't use a whole lot of water. And then the new shelter would just tee onto it, and then we would provide them the water that we committed to. And I said, well, if we're going to do that, let's see if we can just put the road in and be done. And I think if we ever started showing this property down the hill to a prospective buyer, he knows water's there, sewer's there. And so here's a road, all he's got to do is tag onto it. I think it'd be a lot easier to sell to get somebody to take that property.
That's a good point, Craig, because I forgot what you just said. That road will increase the value of our vacant property, and it will reduce the amount. It will increase the size of the lot and the value of the lot, because the road currently runs kind of comes in. It doesn't come straight in. It takes up some of the vacant land.
It makes up a big S down through
Yeah.
there. Dissects everything in half.
We've only been working on this project for 4 years.
Shorter than the EMS station.
All right, everyone. Thank you for your time. Motion to adjourn.
I sincerely appreciate it.
Second, all in favor?